Beneath the dust of ancient Mesopotamia lies the ghost code of the first civilization, Sumer. They built ziggurats, wrote in cuneiform, mapped the stars, and then vanished, leaving behind a trail of riddles that still defy explanation. Kings who ruled for 28,000 years, gods that labored and rebelled, a flood that erased the world. This isn't history, it's a conspiracy written in stone. These are the most unsolved Sumerian mysteries, and once you start digging, you might wish you hadn't. Welcome to the cradle of civilization, where nothing makes sense and everything matters. The identity and origins of the Sumerians. Imagine waking up one morning and discovering a fully formed alien civilization camped out in your backyard. They've built cities, invented writing, developed complex math, and are already arguing about theology and property taxes. That's basically what archaeologists felt when they uncovered the ruins of Sumer. Because the Sumerians didn't emerge, they arrived fully formed, fully built, fully baffling. There is no slow burn evolution here. No cave paintings to cuneiform. No steady march from sticks and stones to syllabic symbols. One day, the southern Mesopotamian floodplains were scattered with small farming communities. The next, they were Uruk, Eridu, Lagash. Walled cities with ziggurats rising like mountain-sized beacons, with bureaucracies, priesthoods, and enough pottery shards to make modern museum curators weep. Who were these people? Where did they come from? Why do they speak a language that connects to nothing else on Earth? This is the first and deepest mystery of Sumer, their identity and origin. And like all great mysteries, it only gets weirder the closer you look. Let's start with the basics. The Sumerians show up in southern Mesopotamia around the 4th millennium BCE, smack in the cradle of civilization. Except they weren't cradled. They were dropped into history like a thunderbolt. Their language, Sumerianese, a linguistic isolate. That means it has no known relatives, no linguistic cousins, no Indo-European, no Afro-Asiatic, no Semitic ties. It's like a ghost dialect. A tongue spoken by no one else before or since. A voice in the dark with no echo. Now, in historical linguistics, total isolates are rare, but not impossible. Basque in Europe, Ainu in Japan. But those are fringe survivors, linguistic holdouts clinging to mountains or islands. Sumerian didn't survive, it dominated. For over 1,000 years, it was the language of power, law, magic, and myth. But no one knows where it came from. There's no Proto-Sumerian found in the archaeological record. No earlier dialects, no linguistic fossils, just Bam Sumerian, full grammar, full vocabulary, fully strange. And it wasn't just their words. Their entire civilization feels like an import. The Sumerians arrived with irrigation know-how advanced enough to control 2 unruly rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. They created canal systems, flood management, and crop rotation models, like they'd been doing this for centuries. Their city plans had administrative quarters, temples, markets. Their gods had job titles. Their myths were allegorized governance. They didn't evolve into civilization. They instituted it. The mystery deepens when you ask the question no archaeologist really wants to answer in public. Were they even originally from Mesopotamia? Because here's the thing. There's evidence of pre-Sumerian cultures in the region, like the Ubaid and Samara cultures, dating back to the 6th millennium BCE. These cultures were agrarian, building small temple sites, living in mud brick houses, and crafting painted ceramics. Then, somewhere between 3,500 and 3,100 BCE, everything changes. The Ubaid fades. Urban centers explode into existence. A cultural and technological leap occurs that feels less like a transition and more like a takeover. And boom, Sumerians are there. Now, We can't say definitively that they were outsiders, but their language, their iconography, even some of their myths, feel like fingerprints from somewhere else. Theories have been floated from the Iranian plateau, from the Indus Valley, from the Caspian region, but none have stuck. No smoking gun, no Sumerian homeland. And the Sumerians themselves? They never really bothered to explain. Their myths do not include migration stories. They speak of divine appointments, of gods establishing kingship and laws, not of families crossing deserts. They present themselves not as immigrants but as ordained. To them, they were always supposed to be there. And that opens the door to interpretations that range from the scholarly to the truly unhinged. There's the academic mystery. Were they a conglomerate of earlier Mesopotamian cultures that suddenly coalesced into a singular identity? A cultural convergence that became a people? There's the linguistic mystery. Is there a buried ancestor language we haven't discovered, perhaps lost under layers of mud brick and millennia? And then there's the fringe, the ancient alien theory, the Atlantean survivor theory, the refugees from a lost civilization theory. Zecharia Sitchin's fever dream books posit them as hybrids of extraterrestrial genetic tampering, citing the Anunnaki as space overlords who genetically upgraded apes to accountants. The truth? It's probably somewhere far less cinematic, but also far more humbling. Because what makes this mystery matter is not the lack of data, it's what the data says about the fragility of memory. The Sumerians left us tens of thousands of tablets, an entire cosmos of literature, law, and lore. But the why of their beginning, the soul of their origin, is nowhere to be found. That might be the most Sumerian thing about them. They were obsessed with order, lists of kings, lists of gods, lists of temple inventories. They cataloged the divine like they were building Excel spreadsheets for eternity. But the deeper question, where do we come from, they buried beneath administration. Or maybe they answered it in a language we no longer understand. There's a strange silence in the Sumerian record about their past. It's as if history begins with them, not before them. They speak of divine gifts, of wisdom descending from heaven, of culture being bestowed. But there are no ancestral lineages leading to Sumer, just the arrival, the beginning. As if the story starts on page 10 and the first 9 have been torn out. And maybe that's exactly what happened. Because Mesopotamia is a graveyard of civilizations. The floodplains are fertile and deadly, full of earthquakes and invasions and rivers that change course like serpents in a tantrum. The oldest cities, Eridu, Urukare, built atop layers of older ruins. Sometimes, entire cultures vanish beneath new construction, the way dreams vanish in morning light. So, maybe the Sumerians didn't appear out of nowhere. Maybe they rose from forgotten bones. Maybe the real question isn't where they came from, but what they remembered. Here's something eerie. They referred to themselves as the black-headed people, Sag-gi-ga. That's not an ethnic term we fully understand. It could refer to hair color, yes, but why make that your central identity? Why not river people, or children of Enki, or the builders of cities? Why black-headed? Was it a way of differentiating themselves from earlier peoples, or from foreign neighbors? Was it a cultural marker, or a ritual title? Or was it a memory dim symbolic of an identity they themselves no longer fully understood? Think of it like this. You're born in a city whose founders disappeared 1,000 years ago. You know the street names, but not their origins. You repeat prayers to gods you don't truly believe in. You speak a language whose syntax no one else uses, and deep inside, you carry a label, black-headed, without knowing why. That's the Sumerians. A people who came from nowhere, bringing everything. Who laid the foundation for civilization, but left the story of their beginning blank. Who worshipped gods older than time, but wrote in a language that never had children. They are our oldest ancestors, and our first unsolved case. And just as you begin to settle into the strangeness of their sudden appearance, you realize the mystery isn't limited to where they came from. It's also how they saw themselves. Because these people didn't just build the first cities, they built the first mirror. They looked into it, and what did they see? Themselves as the black-headed, the chosen, the ordained. But even they didn't seem to know what that truly meant. And that's where we go next. Because the Sumerians had a name for themselves, one they etched into clay and mythology alike. Sagiga, the black-headed people. Why? Why that phrase? Why not children of the rivers, or of the stars, or of the gods? Why define yourselves by hair? Or was it not hair at all? What if it meant something else? Because behind that label lies another riddle. And as we peel back that layer, the mystery deepens. The black-headed people, Sag-Giga. They called themselves the black-headed people, not Sumerians. That's a modern label, slapped on by later scholars. In their own tungim, they were Sag-Giga, the people with black heads. It sounds simple, but it's one of the most cryptic self-descriptions in the ancient world. Black-headed? That's your identity? Not your gods, not your cities, not your ancestors or achievements, but your hair color? It's like if ancient Rome had declared itself the clean-shaven empire, or if the Aztecs went with the feathered hat wearers. There's something unsettling in how arbitrary it sounds. And like all things Sumerian, the closer you look, the weirder it gets. Let's start with the obvious. Was it literal? Sure. Many Sumerian depictions show people with dark, often black hair stylized in those iconic, bowl-shaped Lego man locks. Maybe it was a simple, visual identifier. The Semitic-speaking Akkadians to the north and west may have had different hair traits. Black-headed might have been their way of saying, us versus them. But hold on. Ancient peoples didn't usually define themselves by hair color. They defined themselves by gods, land, lineage. Ethnicity in the ancient world was tied to sacred geography, to divine favor, to language and blood and myth. Hair is too mundane, too biological, too small for a civilization that invented writing to encapsulate itself with. So maybe black-headed wasn't literal at all. Maybe it was symbolic. Let's break the phrase down. In Sumerian, Sag means head. That part's clear. Gi means black. Also straightforward. But Gaith's suffix is more slippery. It can imply possession, identity, or even a broader cultural marker. So, black-headed might mean those whose identity lies in black-headedness. Which only deepens the question, why would your identity lie in the color of your head? Let's consider the spiritual angle. In Sumerian cosmology, black often represented the fertile soil of the Suthrich, life-giving, sacred. In contrast, red soil came from the arid lands to the west. So black-headed might not refer to hair at all. It could be a coded reference to their origin from the Black Land, the holy clay from which Enki molded humanity. In other words, black-headed people could mean the people of the fertile earth, the chosen children of creation, the ones formed directly from sacred dirt. That's not a stretch either. In the Enki and Ninmah myth, humans are literally formed from clay-divine saliva and dirt mixed into flesh. Maybe black-headed is a poetic memory of that act, a label of divine craftsmanship. But even that interpretation doesn't stick entirely, because black in Mesopotamian symbolism was also associated with the underworld, with death, with shadow. The land of no return was dark. The gods of the underworld were dark. Could black-headed be a fatalistic identity? A reminder that life and death are interwoven? That to be born of the earth is to be fated to return to it? There's another theory, that it's political. The Sumerians saw themselves as the center civilization incarnate. To them, everyone else was a barbarian. The Gutians, the Martu, the Elamites, they were the outsiders, the chaos, the noise at the edges. Perhaps black-headed wasn't so much a descriptor as a declaration. We are the people. Everyone else is not. In that case, black-headed is like calling yourself true-blooded, firstborn, or even civilized. A coded way of drawing the line between culture and wilderness, order and chaos. A verbal ziggurat towering over the plains of the unknown. But here's where things get stranger. The gods themselves refer to humanity as the black-headed people. Enlil uses it. Inanna uses it. It's not just self-description, it's divine terminology. The gods, in Sumerian myth, don't call humans mortals or servants. They call them Sag-Giga. That changes the game. It means black-headed people wasn't just a nationalist slogan. It was a metaphysical classification. It was a divine category. Which leads to a chilling possibility. What if black-headed was a designation, not an identity? Let me explain. Imagine the gods are engineers. They create humanity as a project, a species, a tool. And they need to distinguish their creations from other beings, demigods, spirits, monsters, divine hybrids, whatever else populates the mythic landscape. So they call them the black-headed, a label for the prototype. Not human in the biological sense. Human in the designed, for purpose sense. In Sumerian myth, the first humans were created to relieve the gods of labor. The Igigi had revolted. The Anunnaki needed workers, so humans were made. And those humans, blessed with life, but burdened with toil, were called Sagiga. Black-headed. Mark of creation. Mark of servitude. Which makes the phrase sound less like a badge of honor and more like a barcode. Let's pause here, because this rabbit hole goes deep. In some ancient tablets, there are references to humans being made in various batches, different models. Some texts even suggest failed experiments creatures with no eyes, no mouth, with broken limbs, or madness in their brains. Only one version, the final, working modulus, accepted. The version called Sag-Giga. So now we're looking at black-headed as a serial number, as the final functioning iteration of Project Human. That gives the phrase a new kind of weight. It's not about race or ethnicity. It's not even about culture. It's about being the successful result of divine bioengineering. The gods made you. They made you with a purpose, and they marked you black-headed. You are property. You are prototype. This dark interpretation aligns eerily well with other Sumerian concepts like the divine Me, the tablets of destiny, the strict enforcement of social roles. In Sumer, identity was not flexible. It was not a journey of self-discovery. It was assigned, fixed, and watched over by the heavens. To be black-headed might be to be a cosmic cog, a useful piece, disposable. There's another layer still. In many depictions, the Sumerians wore elaborate headgear caps, turbans, headdresses. The head was a sacred space, the place where thought, breath, and soul met. The sag, the head, was often invoked in ritual. If the gith blackness referred to a metaphysical trait, then black-headed could mean those whose minds are darkened, not in the sense of evil, but in the sense of mystery. Opaque to the gods, capable of free will. The black-headed people, then, might be the anomaly, the glitch in the system, the ones the gods cannot fully predict. In this model, the phrase becomes an inside joke between gods. Here come the black-headed ones, the ones who think for themselves, the ones who build towers to heaven, the ones who don't follow orders. That idea is terrifying, because it reframes the entire Sumerian mythos as a control mechanism. You are black-headed. You are marked. You are dangerous. The Sumerians certainly thought of themselves that way. Their literature is riddled with anxiety, fear of divine wrath, of cosmic disorder, of cities falling due to forgotten rituals. They walk through their myths like children tiptoeing in a thunderstorm, always watched, always judged. To call yourself Sagiga might be an act of submission, or rebellion, or both. You accept your identity, but you know what it means. Here's one final, disturbing possibility. What if black-headed isn't about the people? What if it's about the god's perspective? That is, the phrase black-headed people might reflect how the gods see humans. Distant, obscured, black-headed, like ants seen from a great height swarming across fields, indistinguishable. You're not defined by your virtue or intellect. You're a dark smudge under heaven's gaze, a silhouette with function, but no face. And from the heavens, maybe that's all you ever were. Now zoom out. You are standing in Uruk, 3100 BCE. The sun blisters the clay streets. Priests chant in the temple. Children run past carts of grain. A scribe leans over a wet tablet, stylus dancing. He writes, "The black-headed people offer praise to Inanna." He writes it like it's a fact of the universe. Not a question, not a guess. Because in his world, identity is cosmic. You don't choose it, you carry it. But he doesn't know what we know. That thousands of years later, we'd find his clay fragment. We'd stare at that phrase. And we'd still be wondering what it meant. Sagiga. 3 syllables. An entire civilization's fingerprint. A riddle written into the bone marrow of human history. And just as you begin to peel away its layers, you realize something horrifying. The Sumerians didn't just invent civilization. They invented the identity crisis. Because if they didn't know what black-headed truly meant, if they called themselves that out of tradition, or fear, or inherited myth, then maybe no one knows what they really were. Maybe we don't. And that's where the next question slices through the fog like a ziggurat in moonlight. How the hell did these mysterious black-headed people go from riverine farmers to builders of the first cities and scribes of the cosmos? How did the unknown become the unstoppable? Because the rise of Sumerian civilization wasn't gradual. It was a detonation. And the fallout still echoes. Before we dive any deeper into this spiral of ancient enigma, quick pause. If you're still here after that last segment, you're exactly the kind of person this channel is built for. So hit subscribe to join us on the next descent into historical madness. Also, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Let's see who else is losing sleep over Sumerian mysteries. I'll right back to it. The rapid rise of civilization. Civilizations are not supposed to rise like this. They're supposed to crawl, to fumble, to slip, backslide, and slowly, painfully evolve over centuries. That's how it went with most of humanititans of thousands of years of nomadic hunting and gathering, followed by incremental steps towards settled life. You invent agriculture, you build a village, you learn that drinking from the latrine is a bad idea, you iterate, you suffer, you wait. Then there's Sumer. Sumer didn't rise. It erupted. It's one of the most vertigo-inducing facts in all of ancient history. The Sumerians went from Stone Age farmers to Space Age thinkers in what feels like the blink of a cosmic eye. A few Neolithic hamlets scattered across the muddy delta of southern Mesopotamia around 5000 BCE. And then Bambi 3100 BCE, you've got Uruk, a city so large and complex that it might as well have come with its own user manual. You've got temples bigger than football fields, Bureaucracies tracking barley rations down to the last seed. You've got full-fledged mythology, law codes, architecture, mathematics, trade networks, and just for fun the invention of writing. Think about that. They didn't just build a civilization, they built civilization. They were the first, the blueprint, the beginning of everything that would follow. And we still don't know how they pulled it off. This is not just an acceleration. This is a slingshot out of the Paleolithic. 1 minute you're planting lentils in the mud, the next you're calculating lunar cycles and assigning divine mandates to city governors. The rise of Sumer is so rapid, so improbable, so absurdly advanced, that it sometimes feels like a historical hallucination, a glitch in the archaeological record, an anachronism in clay. But the cities are real, the tablets are real, the math checks out. So how? How did a people of unknown origin, speaking a language that belongs to no known family, manage to create the foundational structure of complex society almost from scratch? Let's dissect the ingredients. First, geography. The Sumerians built their cities in the land between two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. This land was fertile but volatile, prone to flooding, drought, salinization. It required not just agriculture, but agricultural engineering. You had to manage water, plan ahead, work together, and build infrastructure. Irrigation systems weren't luxuries, they were lifelines. Survival demanded cooperation. Cooperation demanded administration. Administration demanded scribes. Cuneiform. But even that can't explain the scale. By the time Uruk hits its stride, it's estimated to house 40, 0 to 80, 0 people. That's New York City, minus the coffee. It's not just a town, it's an organism. It has organs, temples, markets, workshops, courts. It has arteries, canals, roads, trade routes. It even has a brain central planners, priests, and scribes churning out records and rituals at a dizzying rate. And here's where it gets spooky. They seem to know exactly what they were doing. They didn't stumble into urbanism. They designed it. City layouts show intentional zoning: residential quarters, religious centers, production districts. Trade routes were managed, warehouses cataloged, labor divided, class systems imposed. This wasn't just people living together. This was people operating together. Like a machine. A very human, very ancient, very brilliant machine. And still, the question lingers, where did they learn this? Where are the rough drafts, the failed attempts, the broken cities and half-baked alphabets? It's as if they had a cheat sheet. And maybe they did, depending on how much stock you put in myth. In Sumerian lore, many of the core functions of civilization were not invented by humans, they were bestowed by the gods. There's the myth of Enki and the Me, where the god of wisdom hands over the divine blueprints of society. Kingship, law, craftsmanship, music, prostitution, diplomacy, terror. Everything that makes a culture tick. He gives them to Inanna, who brings them to her city like cosmic software updates. That's how they saw it, not as invention, but as transmission. Knowledge downloaded from divine servers. Programs installed by sacred decree. It's a metaphor, probably. But it speaks to something real. The Sumerians didn't think they figured it out. They thought they received it. And maybe that's because the transition was so sudden, even they couldn't explain it. Let's take a moment to talk about Uruk, arguably the world's first true city, and ground zero for the civilizational explosion. In less than 2 centuries, Uruk grew from a modest settlement to a metropolis covering over 250 hectares. For comparison, that's bigger than many medieval European cities. Uruk had a temple economy. That means priests weren't just spiritual leaders, they were CEOs. They ran the grain banks. They owned the land. They managed the labor force. The temple was a factory, a courthouse, a storehouse, and a theological think tank all rolled into one. And to keep track of it all, they had to invent writing. Cuneiform began as pictographic accounting marks, clay tokens in envelopes, but it quickly evolved first to record goods, then names, then ideas. It became abstract, complex, sophisticated. Within a few generations, they were writing literature, hymns, laws, treaties. No other society we know of made that leap so fast. One day, you're drawing pictures of goats. The next, you're composing the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's not normal development. That's quantum acceleration. So what's the engine? Some argue it was necessity. That managing complex irrigation networks and food surpluses required administrative innovation. That economic complexity drove social organization. But that feels like describing a wildfire as a series of small campfires that got out of hand. It explains the need but not the spark. Others look to social dynamics, the emergence of elites, religious hierarchies, and coercive structures. That power, in short, begat power. That once a priestly class began controlling surplus, they needed a system to protect their dominance, and civilization was the result. Again, plausible, but bloodless. It doesn't account for the sheer scope of what Sumer achieved. This wasn't just a village turning into a fiefdom. This was a mind virus. A cultural software package so complete it encoded religion, economics, law, aesthetics, astronomy, and architecture all at once. A holistic worldview, fully rendered. And once it emerged, it was contagious. City after city adopted the model. Lagash, Nippur, Eriduthe followed the template. Ziggurats rising like divine Wi-Fi towers across the landscape, temples transmitting order, kings claiming mandate, scribes capturing reality in wedge-shaped lines. Within a few centuries, Mesopotamia was a network of Sumerian city-states, each a node in a civilization whose source code had no precedent. Which brings us to another strange fact. There is no other example in the ancient world of such a sudden, systemic civilizational bloom. Egypt? Developed more slowly. Indus Valley? Mysterious and less centralized. China? Still emerging at this point. Only Sumer seems to have cracked the code early and shared it. Some even suggest they didn't just invent civilization. They invented the concept of time. Think about that. Before Sumer, time was natural. Days were light and dark. Months were moon cycles. Years were harvests. The Sumerians divided it. Seconds, minutes, hours. They created the Sexagesimal system base 60, which still governs how we tell time today. They measured, cataloged, controlled. They turned the cosmos into a spreadsheet. Even their myths follow this logic. The gods assign roles. Kingship is measured in terms of reign. Divine favor has timestamps. The past is listed. The future is predicted. They weren't just living in time. They were constructing it. And in doing so, they reshaped the human mind. Before Sumer, your world was your tribe, your hunt, your local spirits. After Sumer, your world had a capital city, a divine council, a labor class, a cosmic bureaucracy. You had history. You had a job. You had taxes. You had narrative. You had civilization. So let's return to the mystery. How did the Sumerians rise so fast? Maybe it was geography. Maybe it was necessity. Maybe it was mythic transmission. Or maybe they weren't the first. Maybe they were the first after the fall. Some researchers propose that Sumer wasn't a beginning, but a recovery. That prior civilizations may have risen and collapsed before recorded history. That Sumer represents the first successful reboot. the first civilization to preserve its own memory through writing. In that light, their sudden leap makes more sense. It wasn't an invention, it was a restoration, a salvage job, a memory reactivated. The gods didn't bestow the ME, they passed down what remained of a broken system. A civilization built on the ruins of something older, something we can't quite see. And maybe that's the true terror of Sumer, that it isn't the first chapter of our story. It's the second. The first one, lost, washed away by floods, buried beneath silt, eroded by time and myth and silence. And now, as we stare at the ziggurats, at the clay tablets, and temple blueprints, and epic poems, we feel the eerie sensation of déjà vu, like we've been here before. And maybe that's why the Sumerians kept such meticulous records, why they cataloged everything, why they were obsessed with lists and names and reigns and roles. Because they were afraid of forgetting, because they had forgotten once, and swore they never would again. Until they did, which brings us to the next mystery. Because in their obsessive record-keeping, the Sumerians left behind a document so strange, so mathematically absurd, and so cosmically arrogant, it feels like fiction. It's called the Sumerian King List, and in its opening lines, it makes a claim so bizarre, so impossible, and so casually delivered. It shatters any illusion that we're dealing with normal history here. The first kings, it says, ruled not for decades, but for tens of thousands of years. And just like that, we're no longer in the realm of politics or sociology. We're in the realm of the divine, of the antediluvian, of the impossible. And it all begins with a name. Alulim reigned 800 years. That's not a typo. That's the next clue. The Sumerian king list anomalies. It starts, as many mysteries do, with a list. But this isn't a grocery list. It's not a royal genealogy. It's not a timeline etched for historians to nod at and file away. This list rewrites reality. It bends time, blurs myth and memory, and dares you to disbelieve it. It reads like a fever dream, like the plot of a lost sci-fi manuscript dictated by a god half-drunk on eternity. It's called the Sumerian King Listand. It may be the most perplexing document from the ancient world. On the surface, it's simple, a linear account of kingship in Sumer, listing rulers, their cities, and the number of years they reigned. But then you read it, and it stops being history. It starts being something else. Let's start at the top. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. Pause. Descended from heaven? Right away, we're not talking about elections, or even divine right in the medieval sense. We're talking literal skyfall, kingship as a celestial artifact, authority as an object dropped from the clouds. Then come the names, Alulim, Alangar, Enmenluana. And then, boom, Alulim reigned 28,800 years. Come again? Not 28 years. Not even 280. 28,800 years. That's more time than separates us from the last ice age. That's more time than Homo sapiens have been building anything. And the next king, Alangar, he ruled for 36,000 years. The list continues, marching through rulers with lifespans so vast they make Methuselah look like a toddler. Total reigns before the flood, hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, before the flood. Because the king list divides history into two parts: before the flood and after. In this context, the flood isn't a metaphor. It's a full-blown epoch divider, a cosmic reset. History version 1.0 was drowned. Version 2.0 starts after the waters recede. This is not how normal cultures record their leaders. These numbers don't make sense biologically, politically, or physically. They don't track, they don't compute. They seem deliberately impossible. And yet there they are, chiseled into clay with all the solemnity of law. So what the hell is going on? Let's walk through the possibilities, one by one. The first and most conservative, it's just mythology. The Sumerians, like many ancient peoples, may have exaggerated their early kings as a way of connecting them to divine or semi-divine status. Long reigns equals legendary greatness. These were not kings in the modern sense, but culture heroes, titans, maybe even gods who wore mortal masks. This interpretation is comforting. It lets us nod wisely and say, ah yes, early myth cloaked in the costume of history. But then, why the precision? Why not say, a long time? Why give exact figures 28,000, 800, 36,000, 21,000? These are not poetic flourishes. They are accountant numbers. Inventory sheet numbers. Somebody was keeping score. And those numbers are not random. They follow patterns, multiples of 60, round figures, numerical elegance. It's as if they were meant to be decoded. So, let's consider the second possibility, symbolic chronology. Some scholars have suggested that these exaggerated reigns reflect a different understanding of time, perhaps, not literal solar years, but divine time units, metaphysical measurements. What we see as absurd reigns could be symbolic expressions of cosmic order, a way of encoding astronomical cycles, divine mandates, or metaphysical ages into the framework of human history. But again, this opens more questions than it closes. What system of time tracks 432,000 years as the reign of 8 kings? What worldview demands a calendar that spans eons? And why divide it with a flood, unless the flood was real? Which brings us to possibility 3. What if the king list preserves a memory of something older than history? What if the list's antediluvian kings are not fiction, but distorted memories of real individuals or even real epics remembered through a mythic lens? Consider this. Oral tradition is elastic. Stories stretch. Lifespans elongate. Kings become gods. Events mutate. But within the noise, signal survives. The king list might be echoing something real, a memory of a time before the flood, before the end of whatever civilization came before. A lost age. A time when kings did rule, but under different rules, in a different world. Under a sky we don't remember. Maybe the long reigns reflect not lifespan, but dynasties, or systems, or principles. Alulim may not be a man, but an era, a technological paradigm, a way of life. His 28,800 years could be the span of a civilization phase collapsed and mythologized after the deluge. Then again, there's a fourth, weirder possibility. What if the numbers are literal? What if the antediluvian kings lived that long? That's not how humans work, not modern humans. But the king list isn't playing by our rules. In myth, humans are often degraded versions of earlier prototypes. The Greeks had their ages of mangold, silver, bronze, iron, each age shorter, harder, more corrupt. The Bible has men living for centuries before the flood. Other cultures echo the same pattern. Long-lived ancients, short-lived moderns. So what if the king list reflects a memory of pre-human, or pre-modern human, beings? Entities with lifespans that dwarf ours. Not gods, not men, something in between. Maybe those long-reigning kings weren't human in the Homo sapiens sense. Maybe they were precedents, prototypes, engineers, caretakers, or prisoners. That's where the rabbit hole gets uncomfortable. Because then the flood becomes not a natural disaster, but a cleansing event. A system reboot. A purge. And the king list becomes an obituary for a failed experiment. Which would explain why kingship is said to descend from heaven. It wasn't inherited. It was deployed, sent down, assigned, like software. The kings didn't rule because they conquered. They ruled because the divine network said, install ruler here. And when they failed, uninstall. The flood. System wipe. Clean slate. Reboot with smaller reigns. Shorter lives. Reduced permissions. Humanity 2.0. After the flood, reigns shrink drastically. Suddenly, kings are ruling 30 years, 50 years, 72 years. These numbers are normal, mortal, measurable. It's as if the game was changed, the new rules enforced, the cheat codes disabled. But the king list remembers. And it does something else. Something chilling. It continues without interruption. There's no myth ends here, history begins now. No line in the clay. The king list flows from the impossible to the plausible without blinking. It treats Alulim and Gilgamesh with the same seriousness. It gives no indication that one is more real than the other. That forces a question. Who are we to say what's real? The king list doesn't ask us to believe. It assumes belief. It offers no explanation, no justification, just names, dates, cities, and eternity. It's a timeline written from the perspective of gods, not men. And perhaps that's the real key. Maybe the Sumerians weren't just documenting history, they were translating it, rendering divine memory into human terms, which makes the anomalies not errors, but signals. Clues left behind by a civilization that had already passed through forgetting once and feared doing so again. Because here's the final twist. Multiple versions of the king list exist. Slightly different names. Different reigns, gaps, edits, errors. Over time, as cities rose and fell, scribes kept copying the list, but they tweaked it, updated it, lost pieces. The perfect memory started to fray, just like the civilization that made it. And that's where we come in. Modern archaeologists read the king list and see a mystery. Historians call it a cultural artifact. Fringe theorists call it proof of ancient aliens or lost supercivilizations. But maybe it's something even stranger. Maybe it's a warning. Because the moment you start thinking you understand it, that you've cracked the code, found the metaphor, explained the number sys, the moment the list slips away again, it is too old, too alien, too precise, and too broken. It lives in the uncanny valley between history and myth, between memory and fantasy, between what was and what should never have been. And just when you think you've seen the deepest layer, the final truth buried in those impossible reigns, the list whispers again. There was a flood. It's not the flood that erases you. It's the one that erases your context, your memory, your meaning. That's what the king list really does. It drowns certainty. And just when you resurface, gasping, trying to rebuild some framework of sense, you realize the list isn't the end of the riddle. It's the beginning. Because those long reigning kings weren't just ancient. They were pre-everything. Pre-language, pre-law, pre-light. They ruled in a time before time. And when they fell, they left behind more than ruins. They left clues. And that brings us to their world. The one they ruled before the waters came, before history began. The world before the flood. The world of the antediluvian kings. The antediluvian kings. Before the flood, there were kings. This is not a metaphor. This is a statement. A claim made with the calm confidence of scribes who believed they were transcribing truth, not myth. The Sumerian king list begins not with Adam and Eve, not with chaos or void, but with sovereign kingship descending from heaven and taking root in a place called Eridu. And in Eridu, the first king, Alulim, he ruled for 28,800 years. Then Alangar, 36,000 years. Then Enmenluana, 43,200 years. Each one outliving entire epochs, entire continents, entire languages. These kings weren't just long-lived, they were eternal. The lengths of their reigns collapsed the very concept of human time. They ruled not in years, but in eternities. This was the world before the flood, the antediluvian age, a time that haunts not just Sumerian myth, but the myths of nearly every ancient civilization across the planet. A time of giants, of god-kings, of impossible wisdom and catastrophic downfall. And always it ends the same way, with a flood. Not a heavy rain, not a seasonal monsoon, but a world-ending deluge, a tidal erasure. The Sumerians weren't vague about this. They drew a sharp line in their records. Then the flood swept over. Full stop, civilization, reset. Everything that came before the impossible rains, the godlike kings, the unbroken connection to heaven washed away. Why? Why does this narrative, this structure, appear everywhere? From Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, from China to Greece, from India to the Arctic nearly, every culture preserves some version of a golden age destroyed by water. And always with the same tragic logic. Humanity got too bold, too corrupt, too noisy, too curious. So the gods hit Control plus Alt plus Delete. But in Sumer, it's different. The flood is not a punishment for sin, it's a pivot, a divine strategy shift. Because the kings before the flood were not ordinary rulers, they were anomalies, hyperbeings. Their reigns spanned tens of thousands of years. Their names ring like encrypted data fragments. Enmengalana, Lord of all nations, ruled 28,800 years. Dumuzi of Badtibira, a shepherd, a god, a man of myth, reigned 36,000 years. Then Ensipadzidana, Enmendurana, Ubara Tutuh won a name from the vaporous past, each one anchoring a city that no longer stands. And then silence. Water. Mythologized death. It's the most haunting gap in all of recorded time, the moment between Ubara, Tutu, and Gilgamesh. Something vast lived in that silence. And it raises a dangerous question. What if the flood wasn't just a mythologized flood? What if it was memory? What if the Sumerians were trying, desperately, to recall a time before history, a time when the world was governed by beings whose nature we can barely conceptualize? Because these antediluvian kings weren't simply long-lived rulers. They were threshold entities. They sat at the crossing point between divine and human, between myth and matter. And we have more than just the king list to back this up. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood narrative is told by Utnapishtim, the Sumerian Noah. But unlike the biblical story, Utnapishtim doesn't just survive. He is granted immortality. He becomes something other. He becomes antediluvian after the flood. He's allowed to remember. Why? Because memory is power. The gods feared the world before, but they also needed a fragment of it to survive. A living ghost, a witness. So they gave him the one thing the post-flood kings didn't have: continuity. And through him, Gilgamesh glimpses the ancient world. It horrifies him, because the flood was not just water, it was amnesia, a cosmic lobotomy. The antediluvian age was not just lost, it was erased. The king list survives only as a cracked mirror of that age, a warping, a garbled echo. The names are all we have. But even the names are charged with mystery. Take Enmenduranahe of Sipar, ruler for 21,000 years. His name means chief, who linked heaven and earth. Sound familiar? He's the prototype for Enoch, for Hermes Trismegistus, for every figure in ancient lore who ascended and learned the secrets of the universe. According to other fragments, Enmendurana was taken to the heavens and taught divine secret show to read omens, how to measure time, how to decode the stars. He didn't just rule, he translated reality. The Sumerians knew what that meant. A king who communes with the gods is not just a ruler, he's a liability. That's the hidden logic of the flood, containment. The world of the antediluvian kings was too open, too vertical. There was no firewall between gods and men. Knowledge flowed. Reign lengths were absurd because time itself was still malleable. The flood didn't just drown cities. It flattened the world. It locked the heavens behind ritual. It introduced separation. Before the flood, kings ruled with impossible spans. After the flood, kings die, empires crumble, reigns end. Before, eternity. After, chronology. Before, God, men. After, kingship as bureaucracy. It's the most dramatic downscaling in all of myth, and yet the Sumerians remembered. Why? Because they feared it would happen again. Because they believe civilization is a temporary gift, not a birthright. Because they knew that the line between memory and myth is a flood away from vanishing. The existence of the antediluvian kings challenges every assumption we have about history. It implies a version of reality where the rules were different, where time dilated, where humanity was not quite human. It forces us to ask, were these kings real? Were they gods? Were they metaphors? Or were they all of the above? Symbols etched from the aftermath of a forgotten apocalypse? And why, after the flood, does kingship return? The king list says, after the flood had swept over and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. Same language, same descent, as if nothing happened. As if the world rebooted, reinstalled the kingship software, and pressed play. But everything had changed. The lifespans, the geography, the memory. The Sumerians didn't mythologize the flood to explain it. They mythologized it to cope with it. Because they were living in the shadow of a great forgetting. A trauma so vast, it could only be encoded in God language. And the antediluvian kings? They were not just lost rulers. They were the interface. The last known point of contact. The signal flare from the other side. Every time a Sumerian scribe etched their names into clay, they were defying oblivion. They were saying, we remember you. You ruled before the flood. You mattered. But they were also warning, this could happen again. Because floods don't just destroy, they reset. They erase context, culture, code. They turn kings into myths and myths into footnotes. So what if we're still in the post-flood phase? What if we're not the pinnacle, but the patch? What if every civilization is just a brief recovery before the next wave? And that's why the Sumerians obsessed over order, why they built ziggurats and wrote everything down and recited names like spells. Because they had already watched a whole world disappear. They didn't want to watch another. And so they told us about the antediluvian kings. Not to brag, but to remember. Not to glorify the past, but to warn the future. Because the next mystery, it's not about kings. It's about what ended them. A flood, a deluge, a memory drowning in mud and myth. And yet it won't stay buried. Because every civilization has its own version of that flood. And Sumer's was the first. The Great Flood's historicity. It begins with a whisper. Not a scream, not a trumpet, not even a rainfall. Just a whisper etched in ancient clay. Then the flood swept over. So casually inserted, so devastatingly final. One line. A world gone. The Great Flood, the divide between myth and memory. The moment everything before was swallowed and everything after had to start again. It's there in the Sumerian king list. It's there in the Epic of Gilgamesh. It echoes in Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian texts. It survives in the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis, Noah, and the Ark. It surfaces in Hindu cosmology, in the tale of Manu warned by a fish. It sloshes around Greek myth, Chinese myth, Mesoamerican legend. It is everywhere. This is not a cultural quirk. This is not a metaphor for seasonal rains. This is a trauma, a global scar. And the Sumerians were the first to write it down. The earliest known version of the flood myth comes from Sumer fragmented, yes, but undeniable. In the Eridu Genesisa cuneiform tablet dating back to roughly 2100 BCE, we read of a world built by the gods, of cities founded under divine instruction, of kings installed by heaven. And then, something goes wrong. The gods decide to flood the earth. There's no lightning bolt of judgment, no fiery decree, just divine annoyance. Mankind is noisy, disruptive. The gods can't sleep. They need quiet. So they wash it all away. But not everyone. One man is warned, Ziusudra, king and priest of Shuruppak. He's told to build a boat. He obeys. The flood comes. It devastates the world. And when the waters recede, he offers sacrifices. The gods, apparently remorseful, grant him eternal life. If this story sounds familiar, it should. It's the ancestor of Noah. It's the source code of one of humanity's most enduring myths. But the Sumerians didn't present it as a fairy tale. They framed it as history, as a record, as a dividing line between two worlds. So what was the flood? Was it a literal event? A regional disaster scaled up by myth? Or something more psychological, more symbolic, a metaphor for civilizational collapse? Let's start with the literal. Southern Mesopotamia, cradle of Sumerian civilization, is a floodplain. It's flat, it's low, it's hemmed in by two rivers that rage unpredictably. Floods were not rare, they were seasonal, expected, feared. But not all floods are created equal. Sediment layers discovered in multiple ancient cities like Shuruppak, Uruk, and Kishravil, evidence of a massive flood event around 2900 BCE. A distinct layer of clay, silt, and freshwater debris interrupts the strata like a cleaver through stone. Beneath it, earlier settlements. Above it, rebuilding. Now, this isn't proof of a globe-encircling deluge, but it's something. A catastrophic regional event, big enough to shatter cities, displace populations, and lodge itself in memory for millennia. So maybe the Great Flood was a real event, localized but unprecedented. A flood that wasn't just destructive, but formative. A baptism by annihilation. But then, why the divine angle? Why the godly guilt? Why the survival boat? Why the drama? Because the Sumerians didn't just experience the flood, they mythologized it. They recast it as a cosmic reset, a divine judgment, a moment when the contract between heaven and earth was broken, renegotiated, and sealed with water. That tells us something vital. It wasn't just the water that mattered, it was what the water meant. The flood wasn't just about destruction, it was about transformation. Before the flood, kings were godlike, reigning for thousands of years. After the flood, kings became men mortal, fallible, temporary. Before the flood, humanity lived in a kind of mythic, present close to the gods, in direct communication, basking in divine light. After, we were exiled. The flood is a banishment, an eviction notice from paradise. In that sense, it's not just a historical memory, it's a moral rupture, a loss of innocence, a fall. That's why the story repeats across cultures. Not because everyone copied each other, not because they all experienced the same rainstorm, but because every civilization carries within it a buried memory of something being taken away. An age of light, an age of contact, an age where the world made sense. And then gone. Drowned. Reset. The Sumerians were the first to encode that trauma, to freeze it in clay, to give it names, places, consequences. They weren't the last, but they were the most honest. Because in the Sumerian version, the flood isn't righteous, it's capricious. The gods are not moral judges, they're irritable bureaucrats. The decision to erase the world isn't framed as justice, it's framed as inconvenience. Humans made too much noise. The gods wanted a nap, so they pulled the plug. That might be the most chilling aspect of the myth, its coldness. There's no divine wrath, no fiery sermon, just apathy. The flood, then, is not just a story about water, it's a story about irrelevance, about how fragile we are, how temporary. And yet even in that horror, the Sumerians inject hope. Ziusudra survives. Not because he's the most virtuous, not because he builds the best boat, but because he's alert, because he listens, because he's in tune with something beyond. He represents the seed of memory, the survivor, the archivist. His survival matters because he remembers the world before. And in Sumerian culture, that's everything. Memory is sacred, preservation is holy, which is why they recorded this flood not just as a story, but as a structure. The king list wraps the flood in bureaucracy. Names, dates, cities. It treats the end of the world like an accounting error, and maybe that's the point. The flood wasn't a singular event. It was a system crash. A reminder that nothing is permanent. Not cities. Not kings. Not even gods. So what was really washed away? Maybe it wasn't just buildings or bodies. Maybe it was knowledge. Maybe the flood erased something far deeper in understanding of how the world worked. A kind of spiritual technology. A link to the divine order. Before the flood, kings lived for millennia. Humans communed with gods. Wisdom flowed freely. After, fragmentation, division, ritual, forgetting. And that's what the Sumerians feared most, not death, not judgment, but forgetting. The flood was not just an event. It was a trauma of amnesia. And the myths were their therapy. Their way of remembering what was lost. Their way of warning us. Because the flood myth doesn't end with water. It ends with rebuilding. Ziusudra survives. The kingship is reinstalled. Civilization begins again. But different. Restricted. Weakened. And that's the tragedy. The Sumerians didn't see the flood as a clean slate. They saw it as a wound. A scar on the body of history. One they could never fully heal. Only remember. So they wrote about it. Again and again. They turned it into liturgy, drama, architecture. The ziggurats? Staircases to heaven, but they don't reach all the way anymore. The temples? Echo chambers of divine voices, but the gods are quieter now. The scribes? Custodians of half-remembered truths. And through it all, the flood looms. Not as a story, but as a warning, because if it happened once, it can happen again. And maybe, just maybe, it already has. Maybe every collapse is a flood. Maybe every lost civilization is a drowned city. Every forgotten language, a submerged continent. Every myth, a lifeboat floating through time. And so we ask ourselves, was the flood real? Or was it inevitable? Was it water? Or was it forgetting? Was it punishment? Or was it a purge? The Sumerians don't tell us. They just whisper, then the flood swept over. and move on. Which leaves us here, ankle deep in the silt of mystery. And just as the floodwaters recede, revealing a world reshaped and gods repositioned, a new figure steps onto the mud-soaked stage. A group, really. The ones who pulled the strings before and after. The architects of fate. The masters of myth. The watchers. The creators. The jailers. The gods. The Anunnaki. The identity of the Anunnaki. They are always watching. They emerge from the dark edges of cuneiform myth and never fully step into the light. They hover in the background of creation stories, flood narratives, and royal hymns. They are gods, yes, but not in the warm, golden robe, heart-plucking sense. They don't smile. They don't offer guidance. They don't forgive. They command. They decree. They build and destroy with the cold precision of cosmic engineers. They are the Anunnaki, and they are the most enigmatic deities ever recorded by the human hand. Even their name is a puzzle. Anunna in Sumerian. Later, Akkadian variants call them Anunnaki or Anunnaki. The name roughly translates to those of royal blood or offspring of Anu, the sky god, the primeval patriarch of the pantheon. But that doesn't begin to capture their scope. The Anunnaki aren't just sky gods or stormbringers. They aren't limited to any single domain like war or love or agriculture. They are foundational. They are structural. They are the scaffolding of existence, the ones who decide how reality works and who gets to suffer under its rules. But what were they? To the Sumerians, they were divine judges, arbitrators of fate, present in the highest heavens and the darkest underworlds. They were not confined to temples. They were the temples, embodied in stone and myth and ritual. Kings didn't rule without their blessing. Cities didn't thrive without their favor. The Anunnaki were the court, the board of directors, the ones who wrote the bylaws of human suffering. And yet, they remain obscure. There is no unified canon explaining who they were. No origin myth that lays out their genealogy in full. Some lists say there were 7 Anunnaki. Others claim 50. Some accounts equate them with the Igigi. Others say they replaced the Igigi after the Great Revolt. Some were gods of the heavens, others of the netherworld. Their inconsistency is not a flaw. It's the point. They are archetypes, divine placeholders for forces so old, so alien, they defy category. Think about that. The Sumerians, who cataloged everything from grain rations to star movements, could not categorize the Anunnaki. That should terrify you, because it means the Anunnaki were not just deities. They were something more elemental, something closer to code. Let's look at their functions. In creation myths, they assist in shaping humanity, but always from a distance. They don't touch clay or breathe life. They authorize it. In the flood myth, they decree the destruction not with rage, but with a shrug. In the underworld texts, they sit in judgment, weighing souls, deciding punishments. They are never emotional, never passionate. They are administrators of reality. You might call them cosmic middle management, but that's not quite right. They're more like the operating system. Unseen, omnipresent, indifferent. And here's where things get weird. Because the Anunnaki don't act like traditional gods. They don't fall in love. They don't go on quests. They don't smite or heal or weep. They delegate. Other gods like Enki, Inanna, or Ninhursagere, vivid, flawed, dynamic. They lie, lust, invent. They're characters. The Anunnaki are not. Their roles, designations, symbols, entities, too vast to describe, too ancient to narrate. They are the divine equivalent of government protocol. They're not the storm. They're the rule that allows storms to exist. This abstraction has led to endless speculation. Fringe theorists have had a field day with them. Ancient astronaut fans claim the Anunnaki were extraterrestrial beings, colonists from another world who genetically engineered humanity as a labor force. Zikaria Sitchin famously spun entire mythologies from mistranslations and fantasy, casting the Anunnaki as reptilian overlords from the planet Nibiru. These ideas are fun, cinematic, and utterly unmoored from the original texts. But they touch on something real, because the feeling the Anunnaki give you reading about them, encountering their names in broken hymns and legal codices, not the feeling of gods who love you. It's the feeling of something older, something colder. They are not here to protect you. They are here to maintain balance, to enforce structure, to make sure the simulation runs smoothly. And if you break the rules, they don't punish you. They reallocate you. This makes their role in human affairs especially chilling, because they are there at every step. At the rise of kingship, at the founding of cities, at the imposition of law. They decide who sits on the throne, who builds the ziggurat, who starves. They are not capricious. They are not cruel. They are systematic. If the Anunnaki are watching, it's not because they care. It's because it's protocol. And that brings us to their relationship with humanity. It is not one of love or devotion. It is one of function. In many texts, humans exist to serve the gods, to perform rituals, offer food, sustain the temples, but not because the gods are hungry, not because they enjoy the incense, because that's how the system works. The Anunnaki built the system, and we are its fuel. That's the horror at the heart of Sumerian cosmology. The gods don't need you to be happy. They need you to be productive, civilized, orderly, submissive. And if you aren't, they flood the world. Reset the program. Start over. This attitude permeates Sumerian literature. It's why their myths are so bureaucratic, why their gods act like judges and accountants, why their sacred texts read like meeting minutes. The universe is a ledger. The Anunnaki keep the books. Now consider their presence in the underworld. Unlike later religions where gods avoid the realm of the dead, the Anunnaki rule it. They are the judges of the Kurtha land of no return. They do not grant salvation. They do not offer redemption. The afterlife in Sumer is bleak, gray, shadowy. Everyone goes there. Rich or poor, pious or wicked. You sit in dust, chewing clay, watched forever by the Anunnaki. They don't torment you. They don't free you. They observe. Even in death, you are under surveillance. That's the deepest terror of the Anunnaki. Not that they're malevolent, but that they are indifferent. They are not here to guide you. They are here to process you. And yet, the Sumerians worshipped them. They offered prayers, sacrifices, devotion. Why? Because in a universe ruled by such beings, worship is not about love. It's about alignment. You praise the Anunnaki not to please them, but to synchronize with them, to fit the code. It's the same reason we update our software. Not because we love it, but because we need to function. The temples, then, are not houses of gods. They are servers. The rituals, debugging tools. The hymns, patch notes. And the priests, system administrators. And still, the Anunnaki are not complete, because they don't explain themselves. They don't appear in myths as central protagonists. They don't get origin stories. They are always there, already there, watching, enforcing. They might not be gods at all. They might be something older than that. In the deepest layers of Sumerian consciousness, The Anunnaki may represent the machine of the cosmos, the laws beneath the laws, gravity, time, death, authority, all encoded in divine masks. And we, the humans, are just the current users. No admin access, no escape. Which brings us back to their name, offspring of Anu. Anu, the sky god, the celestial father. But Anu is himself remote, vague, almost absent. That's the trick. The Anunnaki are descendants of a god who no longer speaks. They are the system running long after the engineer has vanished. Autonomous, self-replicating, terrifying. And that, perhaps, is the final message. We want the Anunnaki to make sense, to be something we can debate or decode or dismiss. But they won't. They can't. Because they weren't written for us. They were written about us. About the limits of knowledge, about the dangers of forgetting our place in the hierarchy of being. They are not characters. They are mirrors. Staring back, unblinking. And just as you try to step away from their gaze, to escape the lattice of meaning they've etched across the sky, the earth, the underworld, you realize something else. They left something behind. A gift. Or a trap. A set of divine tools, encoded with cosmic power, scattered across the cities of Sumer. They're called the ME. And their nature may be stranger than the Anunnaki themselves. And if you're still with us, deep in the underworld of divine rebellion and ancient labor strikes, you know this isn't your average history lesson. So go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. We've got more myths to unmask and ruins to ransack. Also, hit the comments. Where are you tuning in from, and what time is it right now? Let's see how far and wide the cult of the curious really spreads. Now back to the story. The meaning of ME, divine decrees, powers. They are not objects, not exactly. Not scrolls or relics or talismans. You cannot touch them, you cannot own them, and yet they can be stolen, traded, corrupted, and used. The Sumerians called them Maya, terms so simple, so small, it barely seems capable of holding the weight it carries. Just 2 syllables, a sound, a breath. And yet ME were the atomic units of civilization, the invisible architecture behind cities, rituals, laws, technologies, and even emotions. They were the divine blueprints of reality, not metaphors. Not metaphysical suggestions, but actual encoded fragments of cosmic law. In Sumerian myth, Main are decrees not in the sense of royal orders, but as fixed programs, irreducible truths, the essential principles that structure everything from the movement of stars to the rules of a bar fight. And they weren't born of Earth. They came from the gods. They were the software packages of civilization. And the gods like Enki inannized them, or misused them, or tried to control them, but no one ever really understood them. Because that's the core mystery. What are the ME? Start with the myth of Inanna and Enki. It's one of the most surreal, potent, and telling stories in Sumerian lore. In it, Inanna, goddess of love, war, justice, and contradiction, visits Enki, the god of wisdom, in his temple at Eridu. They drink. A lot. The air is thick with ceremonial beer and divine politics. Enki, relaxed, and perhaps a bit too inebriated, decides to show off. He opens his treasure chest, not a literal box, but a vault of me, hundreds of them, each one representing a fundamental force, an institution, an art form. He starts handing them over. One by one, he gives Inanna the ME of kingship, the ME of scribeship, of truth, of deceit, of terror, of rejoicing, of prostitution, of heroism, of law, of song, of warfare, of beer brewing. Yes, beer brewing. Because in the world of ME, there is no hierarchy. AME is AME, sacred or profane, divine or mundane, each one essential, each one irreducible. Inanna accepts them. Then, while Enki sleeps off his cosmic hangover, she escapes to Uruk. She installs the ME in her city, and thus, Uruk becomes not just powerful, but foundational. It doesn't just have civilization, it is civilization. Because now, it runs on ME. This myth is not about divine theft, it's not a caper, it's a transfer of code, a transfer of ontology. ME are not ideas. They are the active forces that allow ideas to exist. They're closer to programming languages than to philosophical categories. And if that sounds absurd, consider this. The Sumerians didn't invent government, they installed it. They didn't develop language, they unlocked it. Because in their worldview, the universe was not made through chaos or battle or even creation. It was structured. And that structure came in modules. In me. Imagine a civilization where every institution, marriage, kingship, music, metallurgy exists only because a divine ME enables it. Where law isn't a social contract, but a line of sacred code you can corrupt or misapply but never truly escape. Now imagine what happens when someone loses a ME. Or worse, steals one. Because ME can be passed around. Inanna proves that. She takes ME from Enki and doesn't ask permission. She gets away with it because Enki realizes, too late, that once ME are transferred, they stick. They bind themselves to place, to people, to function. You can't un-me a city. So what does that mean? It means the Sumerians believed civilization itself was not the product of human innovation. It was the result of a download, a sacred payload parceled out by divine administrators. And the ME were the packets. You didn't invent the wheel. You received the ME of wheel making. You didn't create taxation. You received the ME of taxation. And sometimes, you received a me you didn't want. Because the ME include everything. There's no morality filter. Me don't separate good from evil. They simply are. There's a ME for joy and one for terror. AME for wisdom and one for lies. This moral neutrality is one of the most chilling aspects of Sumerian theology. The universe is not fair. It is functional. And the gods are not wise. They are programmers. Fallible ones. Just look at Enki. He gives away ME like party favors, then tries to retrieve them through emissaries creatures of the deep sent to intercept Inanna. They fail. Because ME, once claimed, become part of the world. They can't be uninstalled without consequences. And that tells us something else. The Sumerians were obsessed with permanence. Not because they feared death, but because they feared decay. The ME were their insurance against entropy, a divine backup drive, a guarantee that no matter how many floods came, how many kings died, how many ziggurats crumbled, the structure would survive. The ME were what survived. They are the DNA of civilization, and yet we don't know what they really were. The tablets list them, sometimes, in fragments, but no complete catalog exists. Some lists name 20, others, over 100. Many ME are never described at all. They appear in myths like cameo shinted at, never explained. They're not meant to be understood, only obeyed, which makes them not just sacred tools, but sacred mysteries. There's even a sense, reading between the lines, that some me are dangerous, too powerful, too unpredictable, like code that rewrites code. ME that enable rebellion, madness, flood. The flood, in fact, may have been triggered by ME. Not as punishment, but as consequence. Because when the ME are distributed carelessly, systems clash. Reality breaks. Maybe that's what Enki feared. Not that Inanna would misuse the ME Bu, that she would use them correctly. That she would elevate Uruk beyond design parameters. The Sumerians had no word for transcendence. But they knew what happened when power exceeded boundaries. The flood is one example. The great revolt of the Igigi another. Every civilizational collapse may have been, in their eyes, a me out of place. A divine subroutine spiraling out of control. This gives every aspect of their culture a double meaning. Law, AME. Priesthood, a me. Plague, also a ME. Every event, good or bad, was not fate. It was function, a program running, a me in motion. And we're the peripherals, the input devices. You don't write the ME, you run them. That's the Sumerian worldview. And it's both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Because it means nothing is accidental, but it also means nothing is free. Even the gods are bound by the ME. They may wield them, but they don't own them. Enki, the god of wisdom, loses control of his own database. Inanna, goddess of strategy, wins through subversion, not strength. The ME choose their users, and once deployed, they change the world. So what are we left with? A shattered archive, a few tablets, a few translated names, a partial map of the code behind civilization. But the structure still echoes. We still live in me-shaped worlds. We still obey invisible systems we don't fully understand. We still suffer under laws no one remembers writing. And perhaps that's the final gift of the Sumerians. Not the ME themselves, but the knowledge that they existed, that our reality may be structured by forces older than history. And those forces are not fair. They are functional. You don't pray to them. You align with them. Or you are erased. And just when you begin to understand how deep that code runs, how many ME are still humming beneath the cities we've built on top of clay and silence, you stumble on another layer. A place. A shape. A mountain made of bricks and sky. Ziggurats. Not just temples. Not just buildings, but structures aligned to the ME themselves. Portals. Or, perhaps, servers. The purpose of ziggurats. They rise from the dust like impossible staircase pyramids of earth and brick, layered terraces clawing skyward. Ziggurats, the mountain-shaped hearts of Sumerian cities. Some were massive, dominating the flat Mesopotamian landscape like ancient launch pads. Others were modest, half-buried by time. But all of them were built to do one thing: bridge the gap between earth and heaven, between man and God, between the seen and the unseen. The ziggurat is not just a structure, it's a theory of reality in brick form. To call it a temple is misleading. Ziggurats weren't places where congregations gathered. Ordinary people didn't ascend their steps. They weren't churches. They weren't even palaces. They were sacral mechanisms, architectural devices designed to touch the divine. Each one was aligned with mathematical precision: north, south, east, west. Each level built atop the next with ritual intention. At the summit, a shrine, small, windowless, often empty, because the god didn't live in the ziggurat. The god visited. That was the point. The Sumerians believed that gods had specific addresses, not just cities, coordinates. You couldn't just pray to Enlil. You had to pray at Nippur, at the ziggurat of Enlil, on a certain level, in a certain way. Divine access required infrastructure. Ziggurats were that infrastructure. Call them divine routers. Call them spiritual antennas. But understand, they were not symbols. They were functional. Just like the ME, and perhaps linked to them. Because the ziggurat is the physical manifestation of the Sumerian obsession with order. It is layered, measured, intentionally staged. Every level has a name, a color, a purpose. Some scholars believe the 7 levels represented the 7 heavens. Others say the levels corresponded to planetary deities. But beneath those interpretations lies a deeper truth. Ziggurats were models of the universe. Not allegories. Diagrams. You start at the base earth. Dust. Mortality. You climb. Each level, a closer proximity to the divine. At the top, the forbidden space. The meeting point, the interface. But what happens at that summit? That's the mystery. The shrine at the top, known as the Eker in some cities, was deliberately closed off. No windows, no seats, no decorations, a space for a presence, not a person. And it was only accessible by priests, or, in some cases, the king himself, if he had the proper rituals, the proper garments, the proper divine license. What did they do there? Wait? Pray? Listen? Some texts suggest rituals of invocation, offerings, incantations. Others hint at something more esoteric. Communication. Contact. In the myth, Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata, ziggurats are mentioned as places where the great languages of the land became one. Not in the sense of translation, but unification, harmonization. Ziggurats were linguistic devices as much as architectural ones. If ME are the programming code of the gods, ziggurats are the terminals. You speak the right incantation in the right place, on the right leafland, the system listens. That's how the Sumerians saw the divine. Not as omnipresent, but as localized. The gods had addresses, frequencies, passwords. You wanted their favor? Build the right ziggurat. Upload the right rituals. But here's the terrifying possibility. What if ziggurats weren't just for communication? What if they were for access? Some myths describe the gods descending to the top of the ziggurat in visible form, not metaphor, literal. A god descending a staircase of light. A being of fire walking across the terrace. It's easy to wave that off as poetry. But the Sumerians were literal thinkers. They described their world in contracts, inventories, ratios. If they said the god came down, they meant it. Which raises the question, what was a ziggurat really for? Let's entertain a possibility. What if the ziggurat was a dimensional node? A place not just of ritual, but of transit. Between worlds. Between frequencies. Between realities. Think of it, a massive, mathematically aligned structure built at precise geographical points, filled with rooms of unknown function, decorated with cosmic symbols, governed by rituals whose full purpose has been lost. Sound familiar? Pyramids. Stonehenge. The axis mundi of every ancient culture. They all point to the same truth. The ancients weren't just building up. They were building through. They weren't trying to reach heaven. They were trying to align with it. Which brings us back to the ME. Because, in some interpretations, ziggurats were repositories of ME. Each level corresponding to a domain: agriculture, governance, war, love. And the priests? They weren't just caretakers. They were operators. Running the divine programs. Performing the correct rites to ensure the ME functioned properly. When the temple functioned, the city functioned. When the rituals falter to chaos, floods, plagues, collapse. That's the unspoken fear behind every ziggurat, that without it, the connection breaks. The signal dies. Reality unravels. So they built more. Higher. Broader. More precise. Each new ziggurat, a renewed attempt to stabilize contact. And yet, they're all ruins now. Every one. Dust and brick. Eroded steps, empty shrines. The connection severed. Which leads to the next horror. What if they worked? What if the ziggurats did exactly what they were meant to do? And that's why they're gone. Because someone or something closed the line. Not out of punishment, but out of necessity. Because maybe the gods weren't supposed to be contacted. Maybe the ME weren't meant for mortals. Maybe the builders of the ziggurats reached too far, climbed too high. And someone upstairs noticed. There's a Sumerian poem fragmented, barely legible, that describes a ziggurat shattered by the breath of a god. No explanation, no context, just the image of a divine force collapsing the stairway. Too much power, too much proximity. The plug pulled. Reset. Sound familiar? The flood. The collapse. The trauma of disconnection. And still, they built. Even after it all went wrong, they built. Because the ziggurat wasn't just a structure, it was a memory. A monument to the time when the gods still listened, still responded, still visited. And the Sumerians? They never gave up hope. Every king, every priest, every scribe each generation built their own version. Smaller, weaker, more symbolic, but always upward. Always trying to reconnect. To reboot the divine link. And maybe that's what all ancient architecture is. Not glory. Not tombs. Not ego. But ritual recursion. Attempts to re-establish a lost uplink. And maybe that's what we're still doing. With telescopes. With accelerators. With AIs trained to understand forgotten languages. We're still building ziggurats. Not of brick, but of code. Because something in us remembers. The summit. The silence. The presence. And even if we no longer believe in gods, we still crave contact. With something higher, older, truer. And just as the last brick of the last ziggurat crumbles into the dust, and the final prayer echoes across an empty shrine, the question remains, why did the Sumerians stop building? Why did the ME vanish? Why did the gods go silent? Or worse, why did they stop listening? Maybe it wasn't the end of ziggurats. Maybe it was the beginning of forgetting. And just as their voices fade, the next mystery stirs. The Sumerian language. Once the voice of the gods. Now, silence. The disappearance of Sumerian language. Languages don't die all at once. They fade, they fragment, they dissolve into accents, into slang, into regional quirks, until one day a child is born who never learns the tongue of their ancestors. And just like that, the thread snaps. But Sumerian didn't just vanish. It did something stranger. It stopped living and kept working. For nearly 1,000 years after its death as a spoken language, Sumerian lived on in temples, in schools, in the halls of power. No one spoke it at the market. No one shouted it in rage or whispered it in love. But every king had their name carved in it. Every priest chanted its syllables. Every scribe learned to write it before they could write anything else. It was a language of ghosts, of memory, of sacred code, a zombie tongue. And the mystery is not just that Sumerian died. It's why it died. How does the foundational language of civilization, the language that named kings and gods, that encoded laws, that gave voice to the world's first literature, just fall silent? Let's start with the basics. Sumerian is a linguistic isolate. That means it has no known relatives, no sister languages, no parent language. It did not evolve from something else we can trace. It simply is a lone survivor. Or maybe a mutation. That's weird. But what's weirder is this. For over a millennium, it thrived. It was the language of Uruk, of Eridu, of Nippur. It was the script of the first epics, the first contracts, the first curses. It wasn't just a means of communication, it was a technology, a tool to encode ME, to summon gods, to record kingship. Then, slowly, it started to lose ground. Around 2000 BCE, something began to change. Akkadian Semitic, flexible, virulent began spreading through the region. At first, it coexisted. Bilingualism became common. Sumerian held court in the temples. Akkadian ruled in the streets. But bilingualism is a balancing act. And the moment the scale tips, the fall begins. By 1700 BCE, Sumerian was dead. As a spoken language, anyway. No more children grew up speaking it. No more lovers whispered in it. It stopped evolving. Its verbs stopped mutating. Its grammar froze. But the scribes didn't let it go. They embalmed it. They turned it into a scholarly artifact, a liturgical code, a sacred relic. They taught it in schools. They chanted it in temples. They copied its texts over and over and over, even as they stopped understanding all of what they were copying. It became the language of the gods. Not because it was divine, but because it was dead. That's the twist. The Sumerians didn't abandon their language. They weaponized its death. They turned it into scripture, into ritual, into a language not meant to be spoken but recited, not meant to communicate, but to invoke. This is not unique in history. Latin survived long after Rome fell. Sanskrit lived on in temples centuries after it died in conversation. But Sumerian was the first, the original. And its transition from living to liturgical set the template for every sacred tongue to follow. But again, why? Why did Sumerian die? It wasn't conquered into extinction. It wasn't outlawed. It wasn't wiped out by plague or cataclysm. It was absorbed. Akkadian, the rising power, didn't destroy Sumerian. It inhaled it. It borrowed words, phrases, syntax. It married Sumerian vocabulary to its Semitic roots. The result was a hybrid civilization, Semitic in speech, Sumerian in soul. But language isn't just words, it's worldview. And the shift from Sumerian to Akkadian marks a tectonic change in the Mesopotamian psyche. Sumerian is an agglutinative language. That means it builds meaning by stacking pieces, prefixes, suffixes, infixes into massive compound words. It's dense, procedural, almost computational. Think of it like coding. Every sentence is a script, every clause a subroutine. Akkadian, by contrast, is inflectional. It uses endings and internal changes to convey meaning. It's more intuitive, more fluid, less rigid. So when Akkadian took over, the mental framework of the culture shifted from programming to poetry, from control to expression, from Sumerian's divine calculus to Akkadian's human song. That shift may have been inevitable. Sumerian was built for a world where everything had a designated place: gods, humans, laws, emotions. Akkadian emerged in a world of empires, of trade, of diplomacy. Sumerian was for a temple. Akkadian was for the street. And maybe that's why Sumerian had to die. Because its worldview could no longer hold. It belonged to a time when gods lived in towers and kings reigned for centuries, and the Emi kept everything running. Once that world fractured, the ziggurats crumbled, and the gods stopped showing up. Sumerian became anachronistic, out of sync, obsolete. But here's the paradox. The more obsolete it became, the more sacred it became. because the Sumerians believed that what is old is what is true. So the more foreign Sumerian sounded, the closer to the gods it seemed. It became a cipher, a code no longer meant to be fully understood, only performed. Which brings us to the scribes. They are the unsung heroes and villains of this story. They kept Sumerian alive, but they also fossilized it. By 1500 BCE, the scribal schools taught Sumerian the way modern students learn, Latin through rote memorization, rigid paradigms, and endless copying. They didn't understand all of it, but they preserved it anyway. Not for knowledge, for power. To write in Sumerian was to claim access to the original codebase of civilization. To be a priest or king who used Sumerian was to align yourself with the original license holders of reality, even if no one else could read what you wrote. That's the real reason Sumerian survived. Because in a world haunted by flood and collapse, there is no greater currency than ancientness. To speak Sumerian even imperfectly was to place yourself closer to the divine operating system. It was a form of cosplay, yes, but also of magic, because language shapes thought, and dead languages shape myth. Today, we've only recovered fragments of Sumerian, thousands of tablets. Yes, but they're mostly bureaucratic. Recipes, inventories, tax records. The truly powerful texts, the ME themselves, remain hidden or broken. We're like archaeologists digging through a hard drive without a password. We know the files exist, but we can't run them. And here's the final tragedy. Sumerian was probably always hard, even to the Sumerians. It was complex, counterintuitive, full of exceptions, but they needed it. Because it wasn't just a tool. It was a binding contract. The language they spoke with the gods. The language they used to define the rules of the game. So when it stopped working, when the gods stopped answering, they didn't delete it. They enshrined it. They turned it into a monument. And we've been staring at that monument ever since. Not understanding. Just listening. Trying to hear the echoes of a tongue that once named the world. And just as we begin to grasp the weight of that silence, another voice rises from the clay. A curse. A judgment. Not from the Sumerians, but on them. A voice that said, enough. And that's where we go next. To the curse of Akkad. The curse of Akkad. In the twilight of Sumerian dominance, after the scribes had codified the gods into ledgers and the ziggurats had reached for the sky one last time, there came a silence. A silence broken, not by invaders or disaster, but by a voice that thundered across centuries, bitter, wrathful, prophetic. That voice called itself the Curse of Akkad. And it wasn't whispered. It was shouted in tablets, etched in lines of jagged cuneiform across clay that hardened like a grudge, passed from school to school, recited like a dark hymn, memorized by scribes who knew its verses were not just stories, they were warnings. The Curse of Akkad is not just a lamentation. It is a scream, a howl from the corpse of Sumerian authority. And like all screams, it demands to be heard of when no one knows exactly who screamed first. It's a myth, but it reads like an indictment. Its villain? Sargon of Akkad, the first emperor, the man who united Sumer's warring city-states under a Semitic banner, the founder of a new world order that replaced priests with generals, gods with kings, rituals with conquest. And for that, the gods punished him. That's the thesis of the curse. It tells the story of Sargon's grandson, Naram-Sin, the most powerful man on earth, a divine king crowned by the gods themselves, unifier of Akkad, slayer of enemies, and yet cursed. Not by accident, not by fate, but because he challenged the gods. The story is blunt. Naram-Sin offends the divine order, He dares to attack the city of Nippur, sacred dwelling of Enlil, the lord of wind and judgment. He plunders its temples. He desecrates its ziggurat. And in return, the gods destroy him. They raise up the Gutians wild, mountain-dwelling barbarians who descend upon Akkad like a virus. They dismantle the empire. They burn the cities. They end an age. But here's where the curse gets weird. It wasn't written by Akkadians. It was written by Sumerians. Centuries later, they didn't live through the events. They inherited them. And yet they told the story with venom, with detail, with unmistakable schadenfreude. Because to them, Naram, sin's fall wasn't just history. It was justice. Let's look at the subtext. Sumer had been humiliated. Once, their cities were the navel of the world. Uruk, Eridu, cities that had invented kingship, writing, religion. Then came Akkadbrash, northern, Semitic anchoring everything, absorbing the Sumerian cities, rebranding their gods. To the Sumerians, Akkad wasn't a savior, it was a parasite. A younger sibling who'd stolen their toys, rewritten their stories, and claimed the crown. So when Akkad fell, the Sumerians rejoiced. But they didn't just celebrate. They explained. They wrote the curse to say, this is why they fell, because they forgot who made the world, because they disrespected the code, because they defiled the ME. Yes, ME again. Because at the heart of the curse is the idea that civilization isn't permanent. It's conditional. You break the contract, you break the world. And Naram Sin broke the contract. The curse is structured like a lawsuit against him. It opens with blessings. How Akkad was once favored, how the gods made its canals fertile, its walls strong. Then comes the turn, the sin, the outrage. Naram Sin, growing proud, launches a war against the gods themselves. He marches on Nippur, not to conquer it, but to challenge it. He knows the city is sacred. He knows Enlil's temple is the axis of divine order. But he attacks anyway. Why? Because silence. The gods had gone quiet. The oracles stopped speaking. The signs grew unreadable. So Naram Sin panics. He assumes he's being punished. But instead of repenting, he lashes out. He preempts the punishment. He sacks the temple, burns the shrine, and thus, according to the curse, deserves everything that follows. It's a classic moral framework. Hubris, fall, retribution. But there's something more going on. Because the curse isn't just about Naram Sin. It's about Sumer reclaiming the narrative. The Akkadian Empire was gone. The Sumerians now, under the Ur-3 dynasty, were back in control. And they needed to explain what had happened. Not just to others, to themselves. They needed a story that justified their suffering, that explained the rise of Akkad, its dominance, and its fall not as random history, but as divine orchestration. So they wrote the curse. And in doing so, they rewrote the trauma. They turned victimhood into vindication. Because the Sumerians weren't just conquered by Akkad, they were overshadowed. The Akkadians adopted Sumerian writing, Sumerian gods, Sumerian rituals, and claimed them as their own. The curse is a counterattack. A cultural exorcism. A way of saying, number, these are ours, and you were punished for forgetting that. But here's the twist. The curse is not pure fiction. It's a myth built around a historical skeleton. Naram Sin did rule. Akkad did fall. The Gutians did invade. But the reasons? That's where the myth takes over. And that's where the mystery deepens. Because the curse implies that history is never just events. It's meaning, constructed, weaponized. And the Sumerians were masters of that craft. They didn't write history. They encoded it as ritual, as poetry, as moral architecture. The curse of Akkad is a spell disguised as a story, a way to contain the past, to name the wound, and to warn the future. Because the Sumerians weren't just talking about Naram Sin, they were talking about every king, every city, every empire that forgets its place. The message is simple. You can conquer the world, but if you forget the ME, if you mock the ziggurat, if you rewrite the language of the gods, the system will correct you. Not through fire, but through absence, silence, flood. The Gutians didn't destroy Akkad. They were the symptom. The real curse was the disconnect from ritual, from order, from the gods. And just as the Sumerians re-established their narrative supremacy, just as they bury Akkad under layers of righteous myth, a question begins to rise from the clay again. Because behind all the curses and codes and collapsed empires, something darker still lingers. A power the Sumerians never fully controlled. A force more ancient than kingship, more feared than war. Magic. Not sleight of hand. Not illusion, but real magic. With rituals, with consequences, and rules no one remembered how to break. The nature of Sumerian magic. It didn't come with wands. There were no cloaks, or hats, or incantations shouted under full moons. No thunderclaps or dramatic gestures. Sumerian magic was not theatrical, it was procedural, ritualized, controlled. But it was magic nonetheless. Not as a metaphor. As a system. Sumerian magic was a science of the sacred, a formulaic engagement with the supernatural written into the very clay of their civilization. And like everything else in Sumer, it was codified, catalogued, and weaponized, less a flight of fancy than a sub-discipline of administration. The gods had rules. The underworld had access protocols. The demons had loopholes. And magic was how you worked the system. It was the silent twin of the Sumerian state-running, alongside the official order, hidden behind the prayers and offerings, encoded in gestures and symbols. It wasn't an act of rebellion. It was part of the plan. That's the first thing to understand. To the Sumerians, magic wasn't outside religion. It was religion, and not the kind you believe in, the kind you perform. To them, the world was a machine. The gods were operators. The ME were programs. And magic was a way to interface carefully with the source code. Not to break it, but to bend it, to override a curse, to neutralize a demon, to secure a birth, an omen, a prophecy. And every act of magic had a script, a literal one. Cuneiform tablets detail rituals for everything from exorcisms to love spells to business protection. They don't read like stories, they read like checklists. Step 1. Crush charcoal, mix with beer, pour over statue. Step 2. Chant incantation to Gula, goddess of healing. Step 3. Burn hair of afflicted. Not for symbolism, for efficacy. The spells are mechanical, precise. There's no room for improvisation. You get one syllable wrong, one gesture out of place, and the whole process fails or worse, backfires. Because magic in Sumer wasn't about belief. It was about alignment. The ritual had to be perfect, not because the gods were vain, but because the universe was structured that way. Think of it like debugging divine code. A problem appears illness, misfortune, bad omens. You don't plead for help. You run a ritual. With the proper inputs, herbs, words, movements, materials, and the output, reality bends. The Sumerians didn't see that as strange. They saw it as logical. Because to them, the cosmos wasn't chaotic. It was layered, rule-bound, intelligent. The gods didn't act out of whim. They acted according to formulous cosmic legal codes. And Magic was a legal hack. It's why their magicians weren't rebels or wild-eyed shamans. They were priests, doctors, administrators of the unseen. They worked from temples, not caves. They were trained, licensed, regulated. Magic in Sumer was professionalized. It had schools, graduates, exams. To become a practitioner of the mystical arts, you had to first become a scribe. You learned cuneiform, grammar, mythology. Then, and only then, you were allowed to access the magical text-hidden sections of libraries filled with incantations, instructions, diagrams. Some of these spells were so powerful or dangerous that they were encoded in obscure dialects, with traps built into the text. Copy them wrong, and you cursed yourself. This was not casual practice. This was knowledge guarded like nuclear codes, because they believed words had force. Not persuasive force, ontological force. To name a thing was to touch it. To speak the name of a demon was to invoke it. To write it was to contain it. To erase it was to banish it. They didn't just say spells. They engraved them. Into clay, into stone, into amulets worn around the neck. Because clay didn't just preserve, it enacted. Writing, for the Sumerians, was not a representation of sound. It was magic in matter. Each wedge, each stroke, was a symbolic weapon. So when you wrote a curse, it didn't describe the curse. It was the curse. You wrote a sickness. It happened. You wrote a healing. It began. That's why so many Sumerian tablets include formulaic warnings. Do not tamper with this tablet. May the gods strike down whoever alters this text. Because it wasn't a book. It was a loaded artifact. And behind every spell was a theology. They believed the world was full of forces, not all of them friendly. There were gods, yes. But there were also demons, spirits, shades, entities that didn't obey mortal rules. Or divine ones. They lurked in shadows, in sickness, in dreams, in childbirth. The Sumerians didn't moralize them. They didn't ask why evil existed. They asked what caused it. Which demon? Which error? Which neglected ritual? Their response wasn't prayer. It was ritual correction. To banish a demon, you needed to know its name. To stop a plague, you needed to understand which god had been offended. To restore balance, you needed to reenact order. Their greatest fear wasn't death. It was disorder. That's what magic was for. Not to cheat the gods. To restore the cosmic equation. And yet, magic had its dangers. Because not all practitioners were ethical. Some were sorcerers. That word kasaptu in Akkadian, mashmashu in earlier texts, refers to those who used magic for harm. To curse rivals. To hex crops. To summon death. The line between priest and sorcerer was blurry. Same tools, same rituals, different intent. And that terrified the Sumerians, because it meant their own system could be turned against them. It's why magical texts often include counterspells, defenses, charms to repel unauthorized magic. A spiritual arms race. You hex me? I unhex myself. I bounce it back. I tie your tongue with sacred ink. Magic, in the end, was a battlefield. Not of faith. Of protocol. The stakes? Reality. And beneath all this, the rituals, the incantations, the protections, there's a darker question. Who taught them this? Where did the first spells come from? Who wrote the first ME of magic? Because unlike the other Malah, kingship, carpentry, magical ME, are never clearly listed. They're implied, hidden, disguised, maybe too dangerous to name, maybe forgotten, or maybe buried deliberately. Because if the gods wanted humans to have magic, why make it so risky? Why encode it in dead languages? Why tie it to a language no one speaks anymore? Unless magic was the last true interface, the final backdoor into the divine operating system, and the gods closed it, flooded it, cursed it, made it too complex, too dangerous, too corrupted. Because we weren't supposed to keep rewriting reality, but the Sumerians kept trying, and maybe that's why they fell. Not because of war, not because of drought, but because they remembered too much, and forgot why it was hidden. And now, we inherit fragments. A few words, a few tablets, a handful of spells, echoes, ghost code. And just as we begin to suspect that the magic is real, that it always was, we stumble into another dimension of Sumerian mystery. Not of gods, not of demons, but of dreams. The place where the veil thins, where the dead whisper, where prophecy isn't heard but felt. The dream world of Sumer. The dream world of Sumer. To the Sumerians, dreams were not dreams. They were messages, transmissions, bursts of divine code projected into the mind during the hours when the body rested, but the soul wandered. The waking world was solid, yes, measurable, ritualized, functional, but it was incomplete. The real truth, the God's truth, didn't walk around in daylight. It waited behind closed eyes, in dreams. And unlike us, who treat dreams like junk mail or psychological garbage, the Sumerians treated them like oracles, diagnostics, divine pings from the server of the cosmos. Every dream meant something. And if you didn't know what it meant, you didn't just roll over and forget it. You decoded it. Because somewhere in that chaotic sequence of symbols, goats, rivers, kings, blood, storms, laughter, was a message. A warning, a prophecy, or worse, a decision already made. Dreams weren't private. They weren't yours. They were public memos from the gods. And the Sumerians didn't just believe this casually. They built entire careers around it. The Sha'ilu dream interpreters were priest diviners trained in the grammar of the unconscious. These were not mystics. They were scholars, scribes, ritualists. They studied the vast archives of dream manuals, tablets filled with symbolic equations. If a man dreams he drinks blood, he will receive an inheritance. If a woman dreams of eating raw meat, she will suffer a miscarriage. If one dreams of flying without wings, a stranger will arrive bearing bad news. Thousands of lines, cataloged, memorized. The dream wasn't just interpreted, it was processed. Like a diagnostic scan, like an encrypted file. To dream was to receive divine input. To interpret it was to protect the system from crash. This is how serious they were. Kings didn't make decisions without consulting their dreams. Warfare, trade, coronation, all of it filtered through the nocturnal mail. And the greatest dreamer of them all? Gilgamesh. In the epic, his dreams are not subtle. He dreams of stars falling into his lap, of axes appearing at his feet, of towering mountains and thunderous voices, each one interpreted by his mother, by his priests, by the poet narrators, a step on his doomed journey. Gilgamesh doesn't ignore these dreams. He records them, recites them, fears them, because to ignore a dream in Sumerian culture wasn't just superstition. It was arrogance. Dreams were divine speech, and to dismiss them was to silence the gods. That's the level of intimacy Sumerians believed they had with the divine. Not lightning bolts, not voices from clouds, but nightly communication. Yet, this world of dreams wasn't soft. It wasn't therapeutic. It was dangerous. Because the dream world wasn't a safe space. It was a contested zone. A borderland. The Sumerians believed that when you slept, your soul left your body. It wandered. Not metaphorically. Literally. Your animating spirit drifted into other planes. And in those planes, it could meet things. Gods. Demons. Dead relatives. Strangers. Your own double. And sometimes, it didn't return the same. This is why nightmares were feared not just as bad feelings, but as signs of infiltration. A bad dream might mean a demon had followed your soul home. It might mean the gods were displeased. Or it might mean nothing, except your death, 3 days later. Sumerian dream rituals were built around containment. You didn't just interpret the dream. You cleansed it. You bathed in specific herbs. You chanted protective incantations. You burned cedar. You offered food to your ancestors. And if the dream persisted, if it kept returning, then the ritual had failed. And the dream was no longer a message. It was a curse. A haunting. The Sumerians feared recurrent dreams. Not because they indicated trauma, because they indicated contact. With something that wasn't supposed to reach through. A failed message. Or worse, a forbidden one. There are texts cracked, half-translated, that speak of dream visitors who lie, who appear in the form of friends but deliver false visions, spirits that impersonate the gods. Counterfeit prophecies. Misaligned visions. Dreams, in Sumerian lore, could be booby-trapped. It makes you wonder, how many kings went to war on the advice of a demon posing as a god? How many deaths, floods, and collapses began with the wrong dream? There's also the terrifying possibility that some dreams weren't sent. They were spied. That the gods weren't communicating, but watching. That dreams were surveillance. That when you slept, the gods looked through your eyes, not to guide you, but to audit you, to check your loyalty, to monitor your rituals, to judge your soul. There's a line in one tablet that hints at this, buried in a prayer. May my dreams not betray me to those who dwell above. Let that sink in. Not, may I receive good dreams, but may my dreams not betray me. Because dreams were doors. And doors open both ways. But for the initiated, for those trained in the symbols, dreams were power. Sumerian dream tablets don't just warn, they promise. Interpret your dreams correctly, and you can avert doom. Unlock treasure. Find your enemy before he finds you. Some tablets go further. They describe dream incubation, a ritual designed to induce divine dreams. You fast. You purify. You sleep in the temple, under the open sky, on consecrated earth. And you wait. Wait for a god to appear, to speak, to choose you. This practice didn't end with Sumer. It shows up in Egypt, in Greece, in Rome. But Sumer was first. Because they believed the divine didn't dwell in temples. It visited them in sleep. So maybe dreams weren't just messages. Maybe they were appointments, pre-scheduled downloads, a calendar of divine briefings. And the dreamers? They weren't just recipients. They were agents, secret operatives in the war between order and chaos. The Sumerians knew this war was ongoing, waged not just in ziggurats or fields, but in the minds of the sleeping. Which raises the final question. What happens when the dreams stop? When the gods go quiet? When the nightly messages become static? That's what terrified the Sumerians more than nightmares. Silence. A dreamless night wasn't peace. It was abandonment. It meant the line had gone dead. That you were no longer relevant. No longer seen. And perhaps that's what happened to them in the end. Not war. not drought, but dream death. The gods stopped speaking. The rituals lost their power. The scribes stopped writing their dreams in tablets. And the last dream was probably never recorded. But if it was, it might have been of stars falling, ziggurats crumbling, and the Me burning in invisible fire. A divine system collapse. And just as we leave the dream world, breathless from its symbols and shadows, we arrive at the next enigma. Not the gods, not the priests, but a weapon. A blade of legend. A cosmic tool wielded in war. The sickle of Marduk. The sickle weapon of Marduk. In the chaos before order, when the gods were still half-formed and the world had no structure, there was a war. A war, not between humans, not between cities, but between the primordial forces that predated time. At the heart of this mythic cataclysm stands a weapon gleaming, curving, incomprehensibly ancient. The sickle of Marduk. It is not made of bronze. It is not made of gold. It is made of narrative force, of divine judgment, of cosmic violence. And though Marduk is not a Sumerian god per se, he is a Babylonian reconfiguration, a reboot of older Sumerian deities. The weapon he wields is forged in the myths that began in Sumer. The DNA of this blade traces back to a time when the gods were still data points, when the Me had just been distributed, when the world was still deciding whether it would be ruled by law or by chaos. To understand the sickle weapon is to understand the role of violence in creation, not just physical force, but divine cut, the act of separating what is from what was. Let's rewind. In the Babylonian epic Enuma Elish, the god Marduk rises to prominence as the champion of order. He is chosen by the younger gods to face Tiamat, the monstrous ocean goddess, embodiment of the chaotic void. Tiamat is not just a sea dragon. She is the mother of everything. She is unstructured possibility. She is the precondition for all potential, and she is furious. Because her partner, Apsuth freshwater god, her consort has been killed by the younger gods for plotting against them. She takes up arms, not metaphorically, she births monsters. She forms an army of horrors. She crafts 11 chaos beasts to devour the gods and unmake creation. Enter Marduk. He agrees to face Tiamat but only if he is granted kingship over all gods forever if he wins. A terrifying bargain, one the gods accept out of desperation. And so he takes up his weapons. A bow, a net, a storm, and a sickle. Not just any blade. This sickle is described as impossible, a thing born of myth within a myth, a weapon that splits worlds. He sets out, faces Tiamat, and slays her not with brute force, but with precision. He splits her open like a shellfish. He uses the sickle to cleave her in half, separating her chaotic body into the heavens and the earth. Creation through division, order by dismemberment. That is the power of Marduk's sickle. But this isn't just a Babylonian drama. This sickle, this blade, this divine instrument of structure, its idea goes back to Sumer. Sumerian gods were always splitting things. Enki splits rivers. Inanna splits heaven and earth. The world begins, again and again, through separation. In Sumerian cosmology, creation isn't a flash of light. It's a cut. The sickle isn't a weapon of death. It's a weapon of differentiation. So what was it? Physically? Was there a ritual sickle in the temples? Possibly. Bronze Age sickles were common in Sumer for agriculture. But when a sickle appears in myth, it's never just for wheat. It's for divine surgery. A cosmic scalpel. And Marduk's sickle? That was the final upgrade. The weapon that made the universe stable. Let's think about its shape. A sickle is curved. It doesn't stab. It doesn't crush. It slices in an arc like the moon. Like time. It's a cyclical blade. This was not lost on the ancients. The sickle shape shows up everywhere. Lunar gods, harvest rituals, death cults. Because the sickle isn't just a weapon. It's a ritual threshold. To harvest is to kill the plant. To reap is to end a cycle. To cut the umbilical cord is to separate life from life. The sickle is never just metal. It is transition. So when Marduk uses it, he's not just killing Tiamat. He's redefining her. She becomes geography. She becomes matter. Her tears become rivers. Her ribs become the vault of the sky. Her split body becomes everything else. Which means the sickle didn't just kill chaos. It reformatted it. And that's very Sumerian, because they never destroyed chaos. They managed it. The ME contain opposites, truth and lies, joy and terror. The gods are not pure forces of good, they are administrators. So Marduk's sickle? It's a me made manifest. A tool of divine governance. A cosmic interface that lets the user partition reality. And that's why it had to be earned. Marduk wasn't born the king. He was voted into it. He negotiated. He wrote his own contract. He said, "I will fix this, but I will own it forever." And the gods agreed. The price of order was eternal kingship. The price of the sickle was submission. This too echoes Sumerian themes. Power is not given. It's traded. Even the gods have contracts. So what happened to the sickle? In the myth, Marduk keeps it. He builds the world with it. He installs laws, assigns duties. He becomes the god of Babylon's new center. But in the real world, the sickle gets passed down. Not literally, symbolically. To kings, to empires, to every ruler who claimed divine right through the myth of cleansing chaos. The Assyrians carried sickle-shaped blades in their iconography. The Persians embedded the myth into their architecture. Even the Greek centuries later gave Kronos a sickle to cut down Uranus in a distorted echo of Tiamat, the blade that divides. That defines. That orders. And in every case, the sickle is used to end an age, to mark a shift, because it's not a weapon of conquest. It's a reset tool. The sickle only appears when the old world must die, and the new one must be cut out of it, which raises a terrifying question. Who holds the sickle now? Not metaphorically, but culturally. Which nation, which system, which power structure is quietly sharpening its mythic blade? Because Marduk's story is not one of peace. It's one of necessary violence, of surgical mythology. And that logic still echoes in revolutions, in wars framed as order versus chaos, in leaders who promise to drain swamps, cut through red tape, cleanse corruption. The sickle myth lives on, not in temples, in slogans, in systems that tell us the only way to fix the world is to slice it apart. But the Sumerians would warn you, that kind of cutting has consequences. Because when you divide chaos, you inherit it. Marduk becomes king, but also warden. He rules. But he also contains. The sickle was never a free gift. It was a burden, a curse. And maybe, somewhere in a ruined temple, there's still a tablet warning us not to wield what we don't understand. But if you listen closely, in the silence after every collapse, you'll hear the sound again. Not fire, not flood, cutting. And just beyond that, a stolen tablet, a cosmic USB drive, the tablet of destinies. Whoever holds it rules everything. The tablet of destinies. There is a war happening. Not on the battlefield, not in the streets, not between armies or nations or even gods in the conventional sense. This war takes place at the edge of the cosmos, in the space where fate is coded, written, and rewritten. It is a war over a tablet. Not a metaphorical tablet, not a concept or a theory, a literal object. An artifact of cosmic control. It is called the Tablet of Destinies, and it might be the most powerful item in Mesopotamian myth. This is not a relic in a museum. This is not a myth you explain to children before bed. This is the core mechanic of how the universe works. Whoever holds the Tablet of Destinies doesn't just command gods. They command reality. The Sumerians wrote about it sparingly. Their descendants, the Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians expanded the mythology. But the Sumerian DNA is clear. The concept of encoded fate cosmic law as a physical objectus their invention. The gods don't just act according to whim. They follow protocols. Those protocols are written. And they are written on this tablet. Let that sink in. In a culture where tablets meant permanence, legality, and authority, the idea of a divine tablet is not symbolic. It's jurisdictional. It's the login credentials for existence. The Tablet of Destinies isn't a holy relic. It's the admin password for the universe. And like all things of unimaginable power, it gets stolen. Let's unpack that. In one of the oldest myths from the Akkadian corpus, the myth of Anzu, the narrative centers around a crisis. The god Enlil, head of the divine assembly, possesses the Tablet of Destinies. This makes him the CEO of the cosmos. All decrees, all fate, all stability runs through him. But Enlil grows careless. He lets his guardian, a monstrous bird-lion hybrid named Anzu, glimpse the tablet. And Anzu, tempted by its power, takes it. And everything breaks. The moment the tablet is stolen, the universe glitches. The gods lose their authority. Their commands stop working. The ME no longer function properly. The system becomes unstable. Sound familiar? This isn't mythology. This is cosmic cybersecurity. The Tablet of Destinies is not magic. It's infrastructure. And in this story, it has been compromised. The gods panic. They try to reclaim it. They fail. They send various divine warriors to retrieve it from Anzu, who hides in the mountains, flapping his wings and unleashing windstorms. Each attempt fails. Until finally, the warrior god Ninurta steps up. He's young, unproven, but ambitious. And through strategy, not brute strength, defeats Anzu, reclaims the tablet, and returns it to its rightful place. Balance is restored. Ninurta is promoted. Order resumes. Now, let's pause. What does this actually mean? Why would a god need a tablet to maintain reality? Why is fate something that can be stolen? And most disturbingly, what does it mean that reality depends on possession? Because in this cosmology, power is not innate. It is delegated, granted, held, and therefore revocable. This isn't mythology. This is a terrifying vision of a universe where the rules are only as stable as the security of a single object. If the Tablet of Destinies is compromised, the gods can do nothing. They don't fight Anzu because they want vengeance. They fight him because without the tablet, they are paralyzed. No decree, no prophecy, no authority. This is a world where control is always provisional, contingent. And the worst part? The tablet doesn't always go back to Enlil. Sometimes, depending on the version, it ends up in the hands of Marduk. After the slaying of Tiamat, Marduk is given dominion over the gods. And what seals that contract? He's handed the Tablet of Destinies. Not the throne, not the crown, the tablet. That's what makes him supreme. Not his power, His access rights? In that context, the Tablet of Destinies becomes the most sacred, most feared, most guarded object in myth. Because whoever holds it doesn't just make rules, they overwrite them. You can alter fate, cancel death, invent kingship, reset time, create or delete entire categories of being. That's not a weapon. That's a console. Now ask yourself, why would such a thing ever be portable? Why would the most important object in the cosmos be something that can be stolen? There are theories. One is that the tablet is a metaphor for literacy divine writing, the power to encode law. But this doesn't hold up, because the gods already had writing. Me existed before the Tablet of Destinies. Temples had scribes. Kings had archives. This tablet is above that. Another theory? It's a symbol of transference. The myth encodes political reality. When new gods or cities rise to prominence, the myth says they received the tablet. Babylon gets Marduk, Nippur gets Enlil. The stories mirror the rise and fall of power centers in Mesopotamia. But that, too, is only part of the answer. Because the stories themselves fear the tablet, they treat it with awe, with terror, with obsessive reverence. Even the gods can't fake its power. That implies it's not just symbolic. It's active. Which leads us to the wildest theory. What if the tablet wasn't invented by the gods? What if the gods were granted it? What if the universe is older than the gods themselves? And the Tablet of Destinies is the remnant of an earlier protocol? A system older than divinity? A forgotten operating system? A cosmic kernel? The gods are just users. Administrators, yes, but not programmers. They don't know how it works, only how to wield it. And when it goes missing, they panic. Because without the tablet, they can't issue commands. They can't manifest ME. They can't perform rituals. They're reduced to observers. Now pause and reflect. What does it mean to live in a world where fate is written? Where your future is not a path but a paragraph on a divine artifact? What kind of psychological atmosphere does that create? In Sumerian and Akkadian cultures, there was a deep anxiety about destiny. Not because it was mysterious, because it was immutable. If something was decreed on the Tablet of Destinies, it could not be undone. The gods could argue. They could weep. They could rage. But they could not revise. Unless, of course, the tablet was stolen, then everything was possible. Everything was unstable. The myth of the tablet is a myth of contingency, of power on loan. And that's what makes it terrifying. Because if the gods can lose control, then what chance do we have? And maybe that's why the myth still echoes. We live in a world of servers, passwords, encryption. Our entire existence hinges on unseen protocols, barely understood by most, accessible to few. Our own tablets of destinies exist in the form of data, code, law, and like the gods, we fear their loss, fear their theft. Because deep down we know, whoever holds the tablet writes the world. And just as the gods breathe a sigh of relief, as Ninurta returns the tablet to the divine boardroom, another ripple spreads across the clay cosmos. Because there's another group. Not gods, not monsters, but workers. Beings who served, built, toiled, and then rebelled. The forgotten gods, the celestial laborers, the Igigi. The role of the Igigi. Before rebellion, there was labor. Before the pantheon basked in heavenly power, there was construction, sweat, and grinding, cosmic work. The heavens weren't handed to the gods fully formed. According to ancient Mesopotamian mythology, the universe was built brick by brick, tier by tier by the hands of those who would never rule it. They were called the Igigi, Not quite gods. Not quite mortals. Not demons. Not angels. Something else entirely. Servants. Builders. Celestial foot soldiers. You won't find them on the temple's walls next to the great names Enlil, Enki, Inanna. You won't hear poets singing their praises or priests invoking their favor. The Igigi are the shadows behind the thrones, the ones who made divine dominion possible and then dared to say enough. They are the forgotten workforce of the mythic world, the first to sweat, the first to break, and, if the stories are true, the first to revolt. Let's rewind to the beginning, or at least one of them. In the myth known as the Atrahasis, a Babylonian retelling of older Sumerian traditions, the gods are faced with a logistical problem. Creation is hard work. Rivers need digging, canals must be cut, mountains need shaping, infrastructure must be laid. And the great gods, the ones who decree the ME, who hold the tablet of destinies, they're too important to do the labor themselves. So they delegate. They create or conscript the Igigi, a celestial workforce. Not in heaven, not on earth, somewhere in between, bound to obey, bound to build. For thousands of years, literal thousands, according to the mythy Igigi toil. Digging the Tigris and Euphrates, stacking stones for the divine fortresses, carving order out of the chaos Tiamat once reigned. They have no glory, no shrines, no reward, just eternal labor. Until one day they don't show up for work. They gather at the gates of Enlil, the god who commands them, and they riot. This isn't poetic rebellion. This isn't metaphor. They march. They burn their tools. They surround the house of the high god, and they scream, "The work is too much. The burden is too heavy. We are done." It's the first labor strike in mythological history. The celestial proletariat throws down their pickaxes and demands change. And here's the shocker. The gods panic. They don't squash the rebellion. They don't obliterate the Igigi. They hold a meeting. They negotiate. Because the Igigi aren't just tools, they're essential. Without them, the divine system collapses. The gods consult Enki, the trickster technician, master of subroutines and divine loopholes. And Enki comes up with a solution so chilling, so elegant, it echoes in every myth thereafter. Create a replacement. Not more Igigi. Humans. That's right. According to this myth, humans were created not out of love or curiosity or divine artistry. We were created because the Igigi went on strike. We were born to do the work, to take over the burdens the Igigi refused to carry. Digging, building, farming, worshipping. The entire religious apparatus of ancient Mesopotamia temples, offerings, rites was built on this premise, that humans were the replacement class, the backup workforce, the divine compromise. We inherited the tools of the Igigi, their schedules, their rituals, but not their status. The gods demoted the Igigi after the rebellion, or at least removed them from the labor force. Some myths suggest they were rewarded, others hint they were punished, but most go silent, which is the real punishment, erasure. The Igigi disappear from most stories after their rebellion, not dramatically, quietly. They fade into the background present, but undefined. Some appear in later myths as watchers, others as messengers. A few are folded into the fabric of the underworld, or the divine bureaucracy. But the work they did, that was passed to us. Think about that. In Sumerian cosmology, human civilization begins as an act of labor outsourcing. We are Plan B. And the Igigi? They're not ancestors. They're a warning, a case study in celestial disobedience. Which brings us to the most terrifying aspect of their myth, They were right. The Igigi weren't villains. They were exhausted. They didn't rebel out of pride or greed. They rebelled because the burden was unjust. And in response, the gods didn't fix the system. They just replaced the workers. That's the real horror. Not that the gods punished rebellion, but that they industrialized it, created a species whose sole purpose was to take over the impossible tasks, and called it creation. This myth flips the usual cosmic hierarchy. In the beginning, it wasn't the gods who shaped the world. It was the Igigi. They built the ziggurats. They dug the rivers. They ran the rituals. The gods managed. But the Igigi made, and then were made obsolete. Is it any wonder that whispers of the Igigi persist in apocryphal texts? That later mythology, especially in Babylonian and Assyrian retellings, frame them as ambiguous? Half divine, half fallen. That, in some traditions, the Nephilim of biblical fame are said to be the offspring of the Igigi? That watchers from the sky ancient astronauts, in fringe theory trace back to this name? Because there's something unresolved here. The Igigi didn't vanish. They migrated into symbols, into other myths, into the margins of religion. Some say they became the stars. Others, that they were imprisoned. Or, worse, they're still watching, monitoring the system they once helped build. And maybe, just maybe, waiting for the day when their replacements finally understand the job they inherited. Because if the Igigi were laborers, then humans are interns fresh on the job, half-trained, doomed to repeat mistakes we don't fully grasp. And if we keep failing, who do the gods send next? That's the anxiety buried in this myth. That we were never chosen. We were assigned. And the ones we replaced are still out there. Maybe not vengeful, but aware. Maybe their silence is not defeat. It's observation. The cult of the dead. In Sumer, the dead never left. They lingered in the walls, in the rituals, in the damp recesses of the underworld and the dry corners of memory. Death was not an end. It was a transfer of address. A bureaucratic relocation from the city above to the city below. And like any good Mesopotamian system, it came with paperwork. Welcome to the cult of the dead. A phrase that sounds dramatic, even sensationalized. But in the world of the Sumerians, it was neither fringe nor sinister. It was normal, mundane, expected. Everyone was in the cult. Because everyone had dead people. And the dead needed maintenance. Not emotionally or ritually. They needed offerings. Water, bread, beer, incense. Regularly, predictably. Because if the dead were neglected, they didn't rest. They didn't haunt you out of spite. They haunted you out of hunger. Let's start with the basic cosmology. The Sumerians believed that, after death, a person's Jadima ghost, a shade, a spirit fragment descended into the Kur, the underworld. Not a hell, not a paradise. Just a place. Gray, silent, dusty. Everyone went there. Kings and slaves, heroes and cowards. It was the great equalizer because it didn't care. There were no moral judgments, no reward or punishment, just location. You became a resident of the underworld, and that was that. Unless you had family, living family, family who remembered the rituals, who knew your name, who offered the right sacrifices at the right time. Then and only then did your existence in the underworld become tolerable. Without offerings, you ate dirt. You drank sewage. You wandered, confused and hungry, pressing your spirit hands against the veil, waiting for someone to remember you. This wasn't superstition. This was the cult of the dead. And it wasn't just a belief system. It was a job. In every household, there was someone, often the eldest son, assigned to maintain the kispu, the ritual feeding of the dead. The name comes from the word for to cut, because it marked the division between the world of the living and the world of the departed. The kispu was performed monthly, on specific days, with specific items. You didn't skip it. If you moved, you informed the local priest. If you died, your successor was expected to carry on the duty. If they didn't, you became restless. You returned, not to chat, not to float around like a misty family heirloom, to ruin crops, to cause illness, to interrupt dreams. The Sumerian dead weren't passive, they were interactive, because even in death, the Sumerians imagined a continuation of society, rules, roles, responsibilities. The dead had needs, and the living had obligations. It was less about belief and more about contract. You live, you die, you get remembered, or you suffer. That's the deal. And the Sumerians, being Sumerians, built entire rituals around this. There were special priests called Galu priests tasked with dealing with restless dead. Think of them as ancient ghost therapists or spirit accountants. They performed exorcisms. They cleaned up after improper burials. They recited incantations to redirect Giddim who had lost their way. There were even ghost courts where you could summon the spirit of a wronged ancestor and plead your case. This was not fringe mysticism. This was a civic duty. Tombs were family real estate. Offerings were tax deductible in a spiritual sense. If you failed to honor your dead, you weren't just ungrateful. You were socially dangerous. Because one angry ancestor could spoil a harvest. One forgotten soul could curse a bloodline. And here's where it gets darker. Sometimes the dead didn't die clean. Sometimes a person died violently, or unjustly, or without burial. Those spirits didn't descend peacefully. They became etymuvulent, disembodied wraiths. They roamed. They attacked. They possessed. And they didn't wait for permission. The only way to neutralize them was ritual correction. Find the body. Bury it properly. Feed the spirit. Recite the names. Re-establish the link. The Sumerians believed that every person had a threatened invisible line connecting them to their family, their land, their gods, and their ancestors. When that thread broke, bad things happened. So they built systems to keep the threads from fraying. This is the cult of the dead in action. It wasn't creepy. It was maintenance. But like any bureaucratic system, it was vulnerable to neglect. And that's where the rot creeps in. Because as cities expanded, as wars raged, as families were scattered, the rituals weakened. Priests forgot names. Graves went untended. And the underworld grew crowded. Not physically, energetically. Too many unremembered souls. Too many unpaid kispu. The balance shifted. In myths like the Descent of Inanna, we glimpse what the underworld looked like when things went wrong. Gates that devour, judges who don't blink. A Queen Ereshkigal who rules without joy, surrounded by suffering, buried in protocol. She is not evil. She is overloaded. She is the goddess of the unfiled, and her kingdom grows larger every year. The cult of the dead becomes less about reverence and more about damage control, preventing spiritual overflow, containing resentment, channeling grief into ritual before it turns into vengeance. There are even stories muted, fragmented about attempts to automate the process. Magical tablets that repeat names, statues that stand in for absent priests, spoken formulas encoded into architecture, repeating offerings on a loop. But none of it works forever, because memory decays. And eventually, every name is forgotten. Even kings, even priests, even the ones who paid for entire ziggurats to be built in their honor. And when that happens, you become dust in the land of no return. Or worse, you climb back up, silent, bitter, hungry. This is the horror beneath the cult of the dead. That death is not sleep. It's waiting. For what? A name. A gesture. A ritual performed correctly. One more time. The cult of the dead, at its core, is not about ghosts. It's about continuity. A civilization that defined itself through contracts, rules, and divine systems couldn't bear the idea of ungoverned death. So they governed it. They didn't defeat death. They civilized it. They built rituals like bridges, linking the land of the living to the shadowy halls of the dead. And they walked those bridges every month with bread and beer and whispered names until the bridges collapsed, until the names faded, until the cult became a curiosity. But even now, deep beneath the ruins, those names are etched in clay, waiting. And just beyond them, another mystery. Not of death, but of healing. A medicine both practical and magical. An ancient science written in spells, herbs, and gut-level intuition. The next Sumerian enigma, their forgotten medicine. The enigma of Sumerian medicine. There is a tablet, rectangular, sun-baked, etched in cuneiform with the neat, uncompromising hand of a professional scribe. It doesn't tell a story. It doesn't chant a hymn. It lists ailments, remedies, ingredients, instructions, dosages. It is a medical text. It reads like the world's oldest prescription pad. Crush date pits and mix with beer. Apply to the swelling on the left side of the neck. Boil tamarisk bark and apply the liquid to the chest of the patient who wheezes at night. Wrap the afflicted limb with cloth soaked in river clay. Recite the incantation to Gula 3 times. In Sumer, medicine was not separate from magic. It was complementary. 2 halves of a single discipline. One hand reached for herbs, the other for words. And both, together, reached for healing. But here's the paradox. The Sumerians practiced medicine with a level of organization that should impress any modern system. They had diagnostic manuals, treatment guidelines, and symptom-based categorizations. They trained Asu, physicians, and Ashipu, exorcist healers. They understood wound care, used antiseptics like resin and salt, and even performed minor surgeries. Yet, they believed disease was often caused by demons, not metaphorically, literally. That invisible spirits invaded the body, settling in organs, twisting bones, clouding vision. That a person could be possessed by illness in the same way they might be possessed by a ghost. And the treatment? You didn't choose between medicine or magic. You used both. Let's unpack that. If you had a fever in Sumer, your treatment depended on the type of fever. Some were caused by bad wind, others by heat demons, still others by hand of a ghost. Each had different symptoms, different rituals, different herbs. It wasn't superstition. It was classification. You observed. You recorded. You treated. And if it didn't work, you escalated. More powerful spells. More obscure plants. Consult the temple library. Consult the gods. The Asu was your physical doctor. The Ashipu, your spiritual one. One dealt with blood, pus, swelling. The other with curses, omens, dream signs. Together, they made up the Sumerian healing complex. And both were respected. Because health was not a binary in Sumer. It was a balance. Between body and soul. Between breath and name. Between you and the invisible ecosystem of forces that surrounded you. Healing was not a fix. It was a negotiation between the patient, the gods, the herbs, the rituals, the scribes, and the unseen. This is why medical texts often begin with invocations, not of science, of gods. Most commonly, Gulathe, goddess of healing. She is depicted with a dog, a symbol of fidelity and recovery. She holds a scalpel in one hand, a vial in the other. She is not a gentle mother figure. She is a technician, focused, direct. You don't pray to her for mercy. You ask her for results, and she expects you to do your part. The Sumerians believed healing was a covenant. The sick person had responsibilities. So did the healer. So did the family. And above them all, the gods watched. Not like saints or deities, more like administrators. They needed to be invoked, appeased, and if necessary, bypassed. Because sometimes, the gods caused the illness, as punishment, as a test, as a glitch in the spiritual software. And in those cases, healing wasn't just curing the body, it was correcting a breach. That breach could be moral failure to honor ancestors, a broken taboo. Or it could be cosmic: you stepped on the wrong ground, touched a sacred object, interrupted a ritual. And the result? Stomach cramps, blindness, miscarriage, seizures. In modern terms, you might call this psychosomatic. But for the Sumerians, it was systemic. The human body was an interface between earth and heaven. And illness meant something in the code had gone wrong. So you patched it. With salves, with chants, with smoke and syllables. One famous tablet details a ritual for expelling a ghost-induced cough. It begins with garlic rubbed on the throat, followed by an incantation to drive out the spirit. Then, a honey water solution poured down the throat while reciting the name of the afflicted's maternal grandfather. It's not arbitrary. It's a protocol. Each ingredient has symbolic and pharmacological meaning. Garlic is antiseptic, honey as soothing agent, the ancestor's name as spiritual anchor. We scoff now. But how different is it from placebos? From therapeutic rituals? From bedside manner? Sumerian medicine was as much about belief alignment as chemical reaction. And often, it worked. They knew how to set bones. They treated wounds with poultices of bitumen and beer. They understood the importance of hygiene, even if they framed it as spiritual purity. Some tablets describe antiseptic washing of tools before procedures. Others warn against cross-contamination of the sick and the healthy. They even practiced early forms of quarantine. Because infection wasn't just physical, it was metaphysical. A sick person was a breach point, a ripple in the community. The entire household participated in the healing, bringing food, reciting chants, maintaining offerings, and when death came, it had to be handled properly, because an improperly buried corpse could result in a contagion of spirits. The same system that healed the living also contained the dead, because illness and death were not isolated events. They were social phenomena, collective vulnerabilities, and the priests who managed them were information processors. They tracked symptoms, compared patterns, consulted archives. Some tablets function like flowcharts. If the tongue is black and the breath smells sweet, liver ailment. If the skin is yellow and the eyes sunken, bile imbalance. These are not guesses. They're early diagnostics. And while they lacked our tools, no microscopes, no x-rays, no blood tests, they compensated with meticulous observation and encyclopedic memory. The Sumerian healer was part pharmacist, part psychologist, part priest, part poet. And the texts reflect that. They are practical and mystical, stern and lyrical. One line might instruct you to crush acacia leaves, The next might tell you to speak the name of the god 3 times into the wind. It's not contradiction. It's integration. They weren't trying to separate the physical from the spiritual. They were trying to keep them in sync. And maybe, just maybe, that's the part we forgot. We developed precision medicine and lost the ritual of care. We replaced incantations with prescriptions. Effective, yes, but colder. The Sumerians believed that the act of healing began before the medicine, that the first step was naming the illness, not to label, to make it real, to give it shape. Only then could you shape it back. This is why the god Enki-patron of wisdom and water is so often invoked in healing rituals. He is not a war god. He is not a god of fate. He is a fixer, a system administrator for the soul. He understands leaks, corruption, lag. He sends instructions, downloads protocols into the dreams of healers. And those healers wake up with a new recipe, a new chant, a new hope. Because in the Sumerian world, healing was not the restoration of health. It was the restoration of harmony. The body with the spirit, the patient with the gods, the illness with its purpose. And as we leave behind the healing chambers, the ritual smoke, the clay prescriptions, we stumble once more into the sky. Not metaphorically, literally. Because the next great mystery of Sumer? How did they know the stars so well? How did they chart the movements of the heavens with such accuracy? And why? The knowledge of astronomy. The knowledge of astronomy. In a land of clay tablets and ziggurats, where kings named their years after battles and gods whispered through barley fields, something strange was happening in the sky. The Sumerians were watching. And not just with awe, not with the idle gaze of peasants marveling at the stars, but with the focused precision of engineers, scribes, and spiritual mathematicians. They watched the skies like accountants, like prophets, like programmers tracking a divine algorithm in real time. They weren't guessing. They were measuring, logging, charting. They weren't just watching the heavens. They were trying to decode them. Because to the Sumerians, the sky wasn't infinite. It was administrative. It was made of layers, sectors, paths, destinies. Each celestial objectivary, star, planet, and blinking anomaly was a messenger, a node in a vast, unfolding system of divine data. And if you tracked that data properly, you could predict the future. No exaggeration. They believed that. And so they built one of the oldest astronomical systems in human history. Centuries before telescopes, millennia before modern science, the Sumerians were already tracking the lunar calendar, mapping constellations, and recording eclipses. By hand, in clay. With math we still use today. Let's begin there. The moon. The Sumerians didn't just know it waxed and waned. They knew its cycles precisely. They calculated the lunar month to be about 29.5 days, shockingly close to modern measurement. They aligned rituals, agricultural planning, and state functions to its phases. The god Nana, also called Sin in Akkadianis, the moon personified. He was not a background deity. He was central. His movements governed temple schedules. He was the divine timekeeper. The Sumerians placed his symbol, crescent moon on seals, in prayers, above doorways, because to them, the moon wasn't just a satellite. It was a server, constantly syncing the rhythms of the earth with the code of the sky. Then came Venus, or as the Sumerians called her, Inanna. This isn't just poetic. They tracked Venus with mathematical rigor. They noticed its dual role morning star, evening star. They timed its disappearances and reappearances. They understood the 8-year cycle of Venus's visibility. This was recorded in the Venus tablet of Amisaduqa, a descendant of Sumerian knowledge that became a Babylonian artifact. That tablet doesn't just list celestial phenomena, it links them to earthly events. If Venus disappears in month X, there will be war in the West. If Venus reappears in month Y, the king will prosper. This is not coincidence. It's pattern recognition. Not in the scientific sense we crave, but in the spiritual logic the Sumerians mastered. As above, so below. You don't just look at the sky. You read it. Because the gods wrote their plans in light, and it gets deeper. The Sumerians tracked the sun too. Though it moves more predictably, they still honored its power through the god Utu. They understood solstices and equinoxes, though perhaps not in those exact terms. They knew the year needed correction. They aligned sacred festivals with solar shifts. They weren't passive in this knowledge. They organized society around it. Agriculture, legal contracts, religious rituals, all linked to the rhythms of the sky. The Sumerian calendar wasn't a suggestion, it was infrastructure. And the people who managed this infrastructure, the scribes, temple scholars who logged astronomical events with the same care they used to track grain or law, these scribes didn't just observe the heavens, they anticipated them. They had tables, lists, entire categories of celestial data, and not just for navigation, for divination. Because here's the twist. Sumerian astronomy was always entangled with astrology. They didn't separate the two. If a star flickered strangely, it wasn't a curious event, it was a message. If Mars glowed red in an unusual quadrant, something on Earth was about to shift. A plague, a revolution, a birth, or a death. And so, they watched, obsessively, not as astronomers, as interpreters of divine signals. Their temples doubled as observatories. Ziggurats were not just holy towers, they were sky platforms. The higher you went, the clearer the sky, the closer to the gods. You see, in Sumerian cosmology, the heavens weren't a void. They were a structured realm, with gates, with corridors, each star a sentinel, each planet a bureaucrat in the celestial court. This was not metaphor. This was governance. The sky was a mirror of the divine administration. If the gods ruled the heavens, and the heavens ruled time, and time ruled the earth, then astronomy was the key to everything. Not just weather, not just farming, destiny, the ability to forecast fate. And yet, here lies the great mystery. Where did this knowledge come from? How did a culture that had just mastered writing also map the sky with such accuracy? Some suggest trade contact with other ancient civilizations. Others suggest observation generations of skywatchers refining their records. But there are whispers in the texts, hints of something older, that the knowledge came from above, given, bestowed, like the ME. Some say it was Enki, others, Nana, still others the Anunnaki, entities who moved between worlds and left behind protocols. Some of those protocols were legal, others medicinal, but the oldest may have been astronomical. Because when you control time, you control sequence. When you understand the sky, you can write narrative. The year unfolds like a story, chaptered by eclipses, punctuated by conjunctions, foreshadowed by comets. The Sumerians knew this, and they embedded it into everything. Their myths are full of celestial metaphors. Their gods walk along paths of heaven. Their fates are recorded in the sky, which brings us to their constellations. Though our modern constellations bear Greek names, many originated in Sumer. The bull, the lion, the twins, Sound familiar? Taurus, Leo, Gemini, Sumerian. The zodiac is a Mesopotamian legacy, a system of assigning personality and prediction to heavenly cycles. But to the Sumerians, this wasn't fun fortune-telling. It was structure, proof that the cosmos had order, and that order could be learned, tracked, anticipated, perhaps even influenced. Because in some myths, certain rituals were only effective during specific celestial alignments. The gods were more receptive when Venus shone bright. The underworld gates thinned during eclipses. The moon's fullness amplified incantations. Astronomy, then, wasn't just science. It was opportunity, a calendar of when to act, not just what to do. Which raises the final question. Did the Sumerians look to the stars because they believed in destiny? Or because they hoped to change it? Maybe both. Because for a people obsessed with fate, law, and divine order, staring at the sky was not escapism. It was engagement. A way to sync their lives with something larger. A way to remind themselves that nothing, no plague, no war, no king, was beyond the reach of the stars. And as we descend from the ziggurat, leaving behind the cosmic charts and lunar tables, we crash back into a more terrestrial question. If their gods looked human, why did their gods need human form at all? The next Sumerian riddle. Why the divine walked among use in our image. The Sumerian gods and their human appearance. The Sumerians built their gods like they built their ziggurats, massive, elaborate, and unmistakably human-shaped. These weren't abstract beings. They weren't floating clouds of cosmic energy. They had faces, bodies, beards, emotions, swords, thrones. They had bureaucracy. They walked. They ate. They got drunk. They punished. They forgave. They lusted. They mourned. In other words, they acted like people, just bigger, brighter, louder, more dangerous. And that's the mystery. Why? Why would the Sumerians, one of the most mathematically advanced and theologically complex civilizations of the ancient world, imagine their supreme beings in such anthropomorphic terms? Why would a society capable of charting Venus's orbit and designing legal systems that outlasted empires portray their gods as us, with just better accessories? Were they unimaginative? Or did they know something we don't? Let's dig into it. In Sumerian myth, the gods live in Ikur, the mountain house, not heaven, not some distant metaphysical realm. A place, a location, tangible, structured, staffed. Think divine palace meets celestial embassy. And in that house, the gods sit on thrones. They hold meetings. They debate policy. They hand down decisions. It's not just a metaphor for society. It is society scaled up to the divine. The gods are administrators. They assign ME. They enforce order. They settle disputes between cities, families, other gods. They are civil servants, but with cosmic weapons. And the Sumerians didn't shy away from this. They leaned in. They imagined the divine in the only form they trusted, their own. And not just physically, emotionally. Gods get jealous. Enlil banishes his own offspring. Inanna rages with sexual hunger and military ambition. Enki drinks too much and spills secrets. These aren't perfect beings. They're relatable ones. And that relatability? It's not weakness. It's interface. The gods are human because humans are the operating system. That's how you run a ritual, by mirroring divine behavior. You want to keep the river flowing? You imitate Enki's generosity. You want your crops to flourish? You honor Ninurta's war against the mountain. The gods behave like humans not because they're flawed, because it makes the transaction legible. Sumerian religion was not about mystery. It was about comprehension. You don't plead with abstract forces. You negotiate with personalities. You bring bread, beer, incense, not because the gods need it, but because it fits the model. And in this model, the gods eat, they drink, they sit, they judge. So of course they have bodies. Of course they wear robes, crowns, and carry scepters. Of course they have eyes and mouths and hands. How else would they interact? How else would they enforce the contract? Because at its heart, Sumerian cosmology is contractual. And you can't sign a contract with a concept. You need someone who looks you in the eye. That's what the gods do. They look like you so you'll take them seriously. But there's another layer. The gods didn't just look like people. They looked like elite people. Like kings. Like high priests. Like administrators in robes and headdresses, holding staff and tablet, flanked by attendants. The divine image wasn't random. It was aspirational. By sculpting gods in royal form, the Sumerians created a feedback loop. Kings ruled in the image of gods. Gods ruled in the image of kings. It was a system that legitimized both. Divine authority reinforced earthly power, and earthly power reflected divine will. So when you saw a statue of Inanna, dripping with jewels, sword in hand, foot on a lion, you weren't just seeing a goddess. You were seeing power rendered in form. A reminder. A prototype. A threat. But also a mirror. Because the gods weren't alien. They weren't unknowable. They were part of the world. A terrifying part, yes. But also an intimate one. The Sumerians believed their gods had homes in their cities. Literally. Each city-state had a patron deity. Ur had Nana. Nippur had Enlil. Eridu had Enki. Their temples weren't just symbolic. They were the actual residences of the gods on earth, maintained like palaces, staffed by priests, supplied with food. If the god was angry, you'd know. If the god left the temple, disaster followed. This wasn't faith. It was urban planning. The city and the god were inseparable. And that relationship required familiarity. You don't maintain a relationship with a thundercloud. You maintain it with someone who can frown, someone who can forgive, someone who bleeds like you, but bleeds light. But here's the twist. Despite their human form, the gods were never only human. Their bodies were radiant. They emitted melamua, terrifying, awe-inducing splendor. This wasn't beauty. It was otherness. The shimmering heat that rises off pavement. The nausea of too much light. The inability to look away. Melamu made the gods unapproachable, even as they resembled us. You could pray to them, build for them, sing to them, but to see one directly, to face their full form, was to risk obliteration. The gods were overclocked humans, running on divine energy, structured like us, but with hardware we couldn't survive. This is why priests mediated contact, why only the king or high priest entered the inner sanctum. Because the divine body, though familiar in shape, was lethal in proximity. A paradox. You recognize them, but you can't endure them. They look like us, but they aren't us. Which leads to a theory. Maybe the gods weren't imagined in human form because we wanted them that way. Maybe we were shaped in their image. That's what the myths say. Enki and Ninhursag mold humans from clay, mixing divine blood into the mixture. Not for fun, for function. We're built to resemble them, so we can serve them, so we can be understood. We are compatible software, designed to follow commands, rituals, roles, and so our form reflects theirs. Because we were made as interface species, part material, part divine, built for interaction, designed for obedience, and maybe if we were very lucky for imitation. This is the root of Sumerian religion. The divine is not above comprehension. It can be modeled, managed, mimicked, which is why the gods appear in human form. Because the human form is the canvas of control. And yet what do we make of their other forms? Because they didn't always appear as humans. Sometimes Enki is a fish goat. Sometimes Inanna becomes a star. Sometimes Nergal is a lion. These aren't contradictions. They're modes. The gods shift appearance based on function. When they judge, they look like kings. When they fight, they look like beasts. When they ascend, they become stars. Human form isn't the limit. It's the default setting, the one that says, this is the shape we can talk to. But what about when they don't want to talk? What about when they hide behind symbols, riddles, artifacts? Like a beast loosed upon the world at the whim of a divine tantrum? Like a heavenly monster sent down to punish a mortal insult? The Sumerians had a word for that. They called it the bull of heaven, the significance of the bull of heaven. There is dust in the streets of Uruk, not the kind stirred by wind or cartwheels, but the kind that precedes catastrophe. It rises before the sky breaks open, before hooves crack stone, before divinity stampedes into mortal architecture. The bull of heaven is coming, not as a metaphor, as a punishment. A celestial beast, loosed from the realm of the gods, crashing into the world of humans like a falling star. Its hooves are earthquakes, its breath is drought, its rage is divine. And its purpose? Retribution. This isn't just a story. This is the moment when heaven decides it's tired of being ignored, when the gods abandon diplomacy and send a monster instead. But the bull of heaven is more than just muscle and myth. It is a mystery, a symbol wrapped in a story, wrapped in an apocalypse. So, let's dissect it. The most famous appearance of the bull of heaven comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Babylonian text built on Sumerian foundations. In it, the king of Uruk, Gilgamesh, rejects the goddess Inanna, called Ishtar in Akkadian, spurning her romantic advances with sarcasm and scorn. He calls her a serial lover, a bringer of curses, a black widow in divine drag. It's not a diplomatic rejection, it's a public insult. And the gods do not take insults lightly. Enraged, Inanna storms to heaven. She demands the bull of heaven from her father, Anu. He hesitates. Unleashing the bull means famine, death. Cities cracked open like clay pots. It's not an idle threat. It's an act of war. But Inanna insists. Anu relents, and the bull descends. Its arrival is seismic. The ground splits. Hundreds die with each snort. It devours rivers, drinks whole irrigation systems dry. Uruk is no longer a city, it's a test site. A divine experiment in what happens when the gods stop using words. But Gilgamesh is not afraid. And his companion, Enkidu, confront the bull. They fight it. They kill it. They rip out its thigh and offer it to the gods. Victory? Not quite. Because in slaying the bull of heaven, Gilgamesh and Enkidu don't just defend their city, they cross a line. The bull wasn't just a monster. It was a messenger. And now it lies dead. Its blood soaking the divine message it was sent to deliver. The gods are not amused. They kill Enkidu. They begin the long process of unraveling Gilgamesh's life. And the real story begins. So what was the bull of heaven? A literal creature? A symbol? A mythologized astronomical event? Let's go piece by piece. First, the bull. In Sumerian culture, the bull is not just an animal. It's a symbol of cosmic force, power, fertility, wildness, celestial authority. Many gods are associated with bulls. Enlil is sometimes depicted as a horned being. The very crown of divinity, the horned tiare's bull imagery rendered into headgear. Bulls meant more than strength. They meant divine license. So when the bull of heaven descends, it's not just an animal, it's authority in motion. It's heaven saying, "You want to mock the gods? Try mocking this." Second, of heaven. This isn't just a poetic flourish. It means the bull doesn't come from the earth. It comes from above, from the realm of fixed stars and unpredictable fates. It's a celestial envoy, which opens another possibility. What if the bull of heaven wasn't just a creature? What if it was an astronomical phenomenon? A comet, a meteor, an eclipse, an anomalous event in the sky interpreted as divine punishment. This theory isn't new. Many cultures recorded significant sky events in the language of beasts and gods. The Chinese saw dragons. The Greeks saw omens. The Sumerians saw a bull. The constellation Taurus was known to them. And when something catastrophic coincided with its rise, famine, plague, drought, they didn't separate the two. They connected them and encoded that connection in myth. So maybe the bull of heaven was never meant to be a physical beast. Maybe it was a cosmic warning. But whether you read the bull as monster or metaphor, its role is the same: disruption. It exists to break the normal order of things, and it doesn't come on its own. It's always sent by a god, usually a furious one, which tells us something vital. The gods didn't punish directly. They used proxies, instruments of divine policy. The bull of heaven is a kind of cosmic drone, targeted, impersonal, devastating. And in killing it, Gilgamesh commits divine treason. He didn't just defend his city. He rejected the hierarchy. He said, "Your tools don't scare me, your signs don't bind me." And the gods respond accordingly. But here's the paradox. The bull of heaven is also a test, a provocation. Inanna didn't just want vengeance. She wanted to see what would happen when the sacred and the profane collided. The bull's descent is a trigger, not just for destruction, for revelation. Gilgamesh learns too late that power has a price, that challenging the gods might feel heroic, but the gods never forget. They never forgive. Not really. And in this, the bull becomes a moral pivot, a hinge in the story. Before the bull, Gilgamesh is all ego, all strength. After, he begins his descent into fear, grief, the long, bitter quest for immortality. The bull dies, but the human condition is born. So the bull of heaven isn't just a punishment. It's a catalyst, a divine scalpel that cuts the narrative open, exposing the soft tissue underneath. Which brings us to the deepest layer of the mystery. What happens to the bull of heaven after it dies? We know its thigh is offered. We know the gods fume. But the bull's body? Its essence? It lingers. In the myths, in the stars, in the undercurrent of all stories about divine-human conflict. It's the shape of consequence, the echo of offense. It's every time a mortal looks up and wonders, did I go too far? Because the bull of heaven might be gone. But its template remains. The idea that there is a lineage crossing it brings down something primal, sacred, and violent. And maybe that's the real function of the bull. Not to punish, not to kill, but to remind, to stamp into the dirt of the city a hoofprint so massive that generations would fear stepping out of line. But what if there's no line? What if the very idea of order was an illusion? Because beyond the bull, beyond the visible heavens, lies a realm without light, without exit, without mercy. The Sumerians called it the land of no return. The land of no return. It begins in silence. Not the poetic kind, not peace or stillness or the hush of reverence, but a silence so total it becomes hostile, a silence that presses against your ears like a fist, the silence of abandonment. This is not the sleep of the dead. This is the land of no return. In Sumerian cosmology, it is not heaven, not hell, not even purgatory. It is where everyone goes, kings and beggars, warriors and infants, priests and criminals. The gods do not rescue you from it. The prayers do not lift you above it. The rituals only soften the blow. It is inevitable, immovable, and utterly bleak. They called it Kuro word, that means mountain, but also foreign land, underworld, enemy, oblivion. Like so many Sumerian words, it is slippery, multivalent. It doesn't just describe a place, it evokes a mood. Kur is where the dead reside. But reside is a generous term. The Sumerians didn't believe in a joyful afterlife. No harps, no reunions, no reward for virtue. They believed in dust. Literal dust. You ate it, you wore it, you were it. The dead were shades gedimthin, insubstantial echoes of who they once were. They retained memory, but lost meaning. They remembered sunlight, but not warmth. Names, but not voices. Faces, but not the joy those faces once gave. This isn't punishment. It's not divine wrath. It's just what happens. And that's what makes it terrifying. The Sumerians didn't dress death in metaphor. They didn't try to sweeten it. They normalized despair. Let's map the topography. The land of no return is ruled by Ereshkigal, queen of the great below. She does not smile. She does not negotiate. She is not evil. She is simply inevitable. Her court is shadowed, her attendants silent, her scribes tireless. Every soul that arrives is logged. There are no exceptions. There are no appeals. She is the perfect bureaucrat of death. Even the gods fear her domain. When Inanna dares to descend into the underworld, she doesn't bring an army. She brings ritual. She strips herself of power, item by item, as she passes through the gate 7 in total. At each gate, a piece of her divinity is removed. Crown, rod, necklace, breastplate, shoes, ring, robe. By the 7th gate, she is naked, human, vulnerable. Only then is she permitted to stand before Ereshkigal. And then she is killed, hung on a hook. Her body begins to rot, not metaphorically, physically. This is not a metaphor for rebirth. This is a warning. Even the most powerful goddess of love and war must die to enter the land of death, and must rely on trickery, sacrifice, and substitution to escape it. Because no one gets out clean. The underworld was a closed system. Once you're in, you're in. Hence the name, the land of no return. Except for those few who do. And they always come back wrong. Haunted. Stripped of something. They don't bring light. They bring knowledge. And it always hurts. The dead aren't angry. They're hungry. For bread. For water. For memory. If no one remembers them, they fade. If someone calls their name during Kisputh, a monthly ritual of ancestor offering, they get a taste of life. A moment of relief from the endless dryness. But if forgotten, they drift, starving, not just for sustenance, for identity. The land of no return is not just physical. It is semantic. It erases meaning. The only thing that sustains you is recognition. That's why names were so sacred in Sumerian death rites. To name the dead was to anchor them. To forget them was to kill them again. This wasn't superstition. It was preservation. A battle against the erasure that awaited everyone. It gets worse. Kur was also imagined as hostile terrain. Mountains inverted. Caves that swallowed light. Sometimes it's described as being below the earth. Other times, in the west where the sun dies each night. The gates of Kur are guarded by demons. Not evil ones. Functionaries. They keep order. They don't punish. They process. Everything about the underworld screams process. You arrive. You are counted. You are stripped. You are shelved. This isn't divine judgment. It's divine storage. Your soul is archived. Your story ends. There is no final boss to defeat. No test of courage. Just administration. The worst kind. Endless. Unyielding. Silent. The stories the Sumerians told about the underworld are some of the earliest horror scripts in human history. Not because of gore, because of emptiness. In the death of Ur-Nammu, the once great king enters the underworld, not with fanfare but regret. He is mocked by the ghosts of his ancestors. His accomplishments mean nothing. His offerings are incomplete. His death is unremarkable. That's the horror. Not that he's punished, but that he's forgotten. And it doesn't stop there. The Sumerians believed that the underworld was connected to the upper world through gates. Thin places. Not always open. Not always closed. Sometimes the dead came back. Briefly. Unseen. Unfelt. But they left signs. Illness. Madness. Sudden fear. And so the living made barriers. Grave markers. Incantations. Priestly interventions. Because the underworld was never fully sealed. It breathed. And sometimes it leaked. This wasn't mythology. This was infrastructure. The cult of the dead, the rituals, the offerings, the names carved into stone were part of a larger system. A containment system. Because the Sumerians knew, you don't defeat death. You manage it. You negotiate. You bribe. You appease. And above all, you remember. Because remembrance is the only rope thrown into the pit. Even Ereshkigal respects memory. She doesn't steal it. She just waits for it to fade. And she always wins. Because time is on her side. She doesn't rush. She knows that even the loudest name will one day fall silent. That every empire becomes a ruin. Every song becomes dust. And every I am becomes I was. Unless the living intervene. Unless the dead are fed, named, honored. Unless the cycle is interrupted. Even then it's only temporary. But sometimes, temporary is enough. Sometimes, a name survives. A whisper between clay bricks. A fragment on a tablet. And the Giddim smiles, faintly, in the dark. This is the closest thing to salvation in Sumerian myth. Not escape, not paradise. Recognition. And as we leave the land of no return, trailing the dust of 1,000 forgotten names, we emerge into a stranger question still. Who built the world before the Sumerians? Whose hands shaped the clay before the gods were given names? Who lived here, in these cities, before history began recording? We look deeper into the past Kur, past the gods themselves, toward the unidentified Pre-Sumerian cultures. The unidentified Pre-Sumerian cultures. Long before Uruk raised its ziggurat, before Enlil's name was etched into the clay, Before the Sumerian scribes pressed styluses into wet tablets to record divine decrees in barley rations, someone else was here. Not just nomads, not hunter-gatherers passing through, but people, builders, thinkers, believers. And they left things behind. Not epics or chronicles, but shapes, tools, foundations, hints, traces of lives that never spoke Sumerian, never called their gods by name, never imagined that millennia later we'd be digging through the dirt trying to read their silence. We call them Pre-Sumerian. We call them Ubaid, Halaf, Samaran. But these names are ours, not theirs, cataloged like file folders in a forgotten basement archive. And the question that hangs over them isn't, what did they build? It's, why don't we know more? Because these cultures didn't vanish in a puff of divine fire. They flowed into Sumer, or maybe were folded into it. Their bricks became the base of temples, their symbols the seeds of later script, their ghosts the background radiation of every myth that followed. Let's start with the Ubaid culture. It dates back to at least 6,500 BCE. That's more than 2,000 years before the emergence of the first Sumerian cities. The Ubaid people weren't primitive. They weren't squatting in caves. They built villages with multi-room houses made of mud brick. They developed irrigation systems, real ones, with channels and reservoirs and agricultural planning. They crafted elegant pottery, painted, symmetrical, shockingly modern in its aesthetics. They buried their dead with care and consistency. And their settlements stretched all across southern Mesopotamia, from the Persian Gulf to northern Syria. They even had public architecture temples, or proto-temples, raised platforms that would one day become the towering ziggurats of the Sumerians. But here's the thing, they left no written records. No cuneiform, no king lists, no epic tales. Just architecture, tools, and style. Like an artist who painted a masterpiece and never signed it. They were, by all accounts, a civilization. But not one that screamed for attention. Their cultural transition into what we now call Sumerian was not a conquest. It was a merger, a layering. The Ubaid didn't fall. They were absorbed. Their traditions became part of the fabric of early Sumerian society. But their identity? Gone. No names. No faces. Just artifacts. And even those raise questions. Take the infamous Ubaid figurines. Found mostly in Tel al-Ubaid and Eridu, they are small statues carved from clay or stone depicting humanoid figures with elongated heads, slanted eyes, and lizard-like features. Some sit on thrones. Others cradle infants. They wear helmets, cloaks, jewelry. They look like royalty or deities. But what are they? Priests? Goddesses? Aliens, according to fringe theorists? We don't know. And that "we don't know" is a recurring chorus in the song of pre-Sumerian culture. Because while the Sumerians were meticulous record keepers, their predecessors were not. Or if they were, the records have not survived. Or we haven't learned how to read them. And that opens up a gaping hole in our understanding of Mesopotamian history. Because civilizations don't appear from nowhere. They don't just invent writing, cities, laws, temples, and metallurgy in a single burst of divine inspiration. There is always a before, a scaffolding, a prelude. And that prelude is made of cultures like Ubaid and Halaf and Samara. The Halaf culture, centered further north, was known for its intricately painted pottery and circular domed houses. They too had organized settlements, burials with grave goods, evidence of long-distance trade. They even traded obsidian volcanic glass, razor sharp, found hundreds of miles from their settlements, which means mobility, network, complexity, not the hallmarks of nomads. The Sumerian culture gave us the first evidence of irrigation-based agriculture in Mesopotamia, and just perhaps the first hints of religious iconography that would later reappear in Sumerian temples. But again, no texts, no myths, no names, just clues. And this brings us to a deeper mystery. Did the Sumerians know about these cultures? Did they see them as ancestors? Enemies? Did they discover old ruins and repurpose them? Did Enki's temple in Eridu rise on the bones of an Ubaid shrine? Did the first ziggurat echo a form invented by unknown hands 1,000 years before? The Sumerians left no commentary on their predecessors. Their myths begin with cities already founded, kings already crowned, gods already entrenched. It's as if prehistory was deliberately forgotten, or perhaps more eerily, unimportant to them. Which makes one wonder, was forgetting part of becoming Sumerian? Was the adoption of writing, law, and deity a kind of cultural reboot? A conscious severing from the before? Or was it just entropy? The slow decay of memory, accelerated by fire, flood, time? Here's another clue. In Sumerian cosmology, the world begins not with a creation of people, but with the organization of the divine order. The ME are handed down. Temples rise. The gods assign roles. It is not, in the beginning, man was made. It is, in the beginning, functions were decreed. That is a striking mindset. It suggests that Sumer saw itself not as an origin, but as a system of inheritance. Not the birth of humanity, the activation of a program. So what if the Ubaid and others were protocode? Raw data, uncompiled structure, necessary but not sacred. Discarded the moment the system booted into civilization proper. This raises a final, haunting question. What if we are missing more than we think? What if the Ubaid and Halaf and Samara are just the survivors? What if beneath them lies another layer, one that left no pottery, no temples, no bones, only ideas, passed from voice to voice, from gesture to gesture, from ancestor to descendant, invisible in the archaeological record, but omnipresent in myth, because the earliest Sumerian myths speak of antediluvian kings, of a time before the flood, of rulers who reigned for tens of thousands of years. Are these just metaphors? Or distant memories of a civilization so old it left no trace we can understand? A culture erased by water, fire, or time, but echoed in every brick laid in Eridu, every name carved into the king list, every incantation whispered in a temple built atop a ruin no one remembers. The mystery of the pre-Sumerian cultures isn't that they vanished. It's that they are still here, in the shadows of the cities they birthed, in the bloodlines of the people who forgot their names, in the architecture of myths that pretended history started with writing. But history does not begin with writing. It begins with intent, with the first time someone looked at the sky and called it home, with the first time someone shaped clay into more than just a tool, with the first time someone wondered what happened after death and told a story to survive the silence. And if those stories survive buried in art, encoded in ritual, misremembered in mythology, then perhaps the dead cultures are not dead at all. They are dormant, waiting for excavation, or maybe just for acknowledgement, because what came before Sumer is not irrelevant. It is foundational. And what came after? Built atop that forgotten bedrock? What was it like to hold the entire past in your city walls and still feel everything falling apart? That's the next Sumerian mystery. The artifact that captured peace and war in a single image. The Standard of Ur. The enigmatic Standard of Ur. In a royal tomb at the edge of ancient Ur, beneath layers of earth and centuries of silence, someone left behind a box, rectangular, flat, and about the size of a briefcase. It was covered in intricate mosaics, fragments of shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli set into bitumen like tiny, sacred pixels. No inscription names its maker, no text explains its purpose. We call it the Standard of Ur. But it's not a standard. Not in the military sense. Not in the ceremonial sense. No pole, no socket, no handle. It is not clear how it was used, or why, or even when exactly. It was found in what's now dubbed the Royal Cemetery of Ur, dating roughly to 2600 BCE. A tomb complex layered in mystery, opulence, and death, the resting place of elites buried with gold, musical instruments, headdresses, and dozens of human sacrifices. And nestled among all that, this box. Not large, not weaponized, but possibly the most visually dense artifact in early Sumerian history. It's not the size that matters. It's what's on it. On one side, a story of war. Chariots trampling enemies, spearmen stabbing foes, captives stripped and led to their doom. On the other, peace. Feasts, musicians, a seated king drinking from a goblet as attendants serve food and praise. Two sides, same material, same format, entirely different messages. A Sumerian yin and yang. We call them the war and peace panels. But even those names are modern inventions, and they imply a simplicity that doesn't exist. Because what the Standard of Ur really shows is power. Not in battle, not in celebration, but in continuity, in the seamless ability of a ruler to shift from killer to host, from conqueror to celebrant. It is a manual of statehood, a curriculum in kingship, a political diagram made of lapis and blood. Let's break it down. Start with the war side. At the bottom, chariots. Each pulled by 4 equids, possibly onagers, not yet domesticated horses. Each ridden by 2 men, a driver and a warrior. The scene is dynamic: wheels spin, bodies fall, horses trample. It is movement encoded in stone. Above that, infantry. Marching in lockstep, spears and shields aligned. Captives are taken, bound, struck. Then, the king. He is larger than the rest, a technique called hieratic scaling. It's not realism, it's importance math. He is the center of the story. The apex. The justification. Now flip it. The peace side. At the bottom, servants. Carrying fish, goats, cargo. Middle tier, musicians, harpists, lyre players, entertainers. Top, the king again. Seated, drinking, calm. He is still largest, still centered. He anchors both narratives. He makes war. He makes peace. He consumes both. But what is this box for? Is it propaganda? Is it a teaching tool? A ritual object? All are guesses. None are certain. It was found crushed in a tomb, reassembled painstakingly by archaeologists who could only speculate about its context. It could have been a chest, a soundbox, a game board, a display item, or something else entirely, something whose function has been obliterated by time. But regardless of purpose, its content speaks volumes, because it doesn't just show a king. It shows a system, a worldview, where power is cyclical, where death is followed by order, where the same hand that holds the spear also raises the cup. This duality is central to Sumerian ideology. The king as warrior and priest, destroyer and provider, one who feeds the gods with conquest, one who feeds the people with bounty. And the standard of captures that duality in perfect, ordered mosaic. But it also contains contradictions, like the chariots. Some scholars argue their design suggests they weren't used in real battle but as ceremonial vehicles. So the war scene might not be literal. It might be idealized. A representation of how power should look, not how it was wielded day to day. Same with the peace side. It's not just a party. It's a ritual. A structured demonstration of abundance, order, hierarchy. Everyone in their place. No chaos. No ambiguity. Even the livestock knows where to go. In that sense, the standard becomes more than an object. It becomes an ideology in miniature. But here's the rub. We have no accompanying text, no legend, no glossary, no confirmation of what it was meant to teach or to whom, which opens the door to deeper mystery. Why build something so elaborate, so expensive, so symbolically densened, leave no explanation? Was it meant for the dead? A visual passport for the afterlife? A message to the gods, encoded in gold and geometry? Or was it meant for the living? A teaching aid for young kings? A warning? A reminder that rule requires balance? And if so, what happened to the rest? Because if the standard of survived, surely there were others. Other artifacts. Other messages. Where are they? Lost? Destroyed? Still buried? Or more chillingly deliberately erased? Because empires rise not just on bricks and blood, but on narratives. And sometimes, to tell a new story, you have to bury the old one. The standard of might be a survivor. A relic of a regime whose ideology was later overwritten. Or it might be a prototype. An early draft of a visual language that became ubiquitous, because Sumer was all about systems, bureaucracy, cosmic order, ritual, and the standard reflects all of that. It isn't chaotic. It isn't spontaneous. It's modular. It reads like code, line after line of structured, symbolic data. A tapestry of controlled violence and sanctioned joy. But the real message might be even subtler. It lies in the transition between panels, the invisible hinge that connects war to peace. It's not labeled. It's not explained. It just is. The standard assumes this transition is natural. That conquest leads to abundance. That death leads to music. That suffering produces order. This is the Sumerian worldview. Not just that kings rule, but that they must justify their rule by keeping the cycle intact. This, perhaps, is why the king is shown doing nothing. He doesn't fight. He doesn't farm. He sits. Because his role is not action. It is existence. His body is the axis. His presence is the guarantee that the heavens are in alignment, that the rivers will flood at the right time, that the gods are appeased, that the machine will run. And the standard of Ursulent, precise, beautiful, shows us that machine in motion. But what happens when the machine breaks? When the rituals falter? When the gods withdraw? When the line between war and peace collapses into dust? What happens when the classroom of kings becomes a battlefield? What happens after the standard? We follow the scroll of time forward again, from silent mosaics to loud classrooms, to a place where young Sumerians first learned to write, to think, to obey. The next mystery, the Idubith Sumerian school system. The Sumerian school system, Eduba, in the alleyways of ancient Sumer, past the temples where gods blinked through incense and past the palaces where kings weighed barley like it was divine currency, there was a door. Not gilded, not monumental, just a clay brick doorway, narrow, unassuming. But through it, futures were forged. Inside was a room, maybe a courtyard, maybe a shaded annex of a temple. Its floor was not paved in gold but in dust. Its benches were not thrones but slabs. Its tools were not swords but styluses. Reed pens for writing, and clay always clay. Welcome to the Adaba, the House of Tablets. The world's first school. Its walls didn't echo with laughter. They echoed with recitation. Groaning, syllables repeated until memorized, repeated until they were not just knowledge but habit, until writing wasn't something you did, it was something you became. Adaba wasn't for everyone. Not even close. It was for a select few. The sons of elite families. The future scribes. The calculators of kingship. The accountants of the gods. Because in Sumer, knowledge was not enlightenment. It was utility. You didn't go to school to find yourself. You went to school to become something else entirely. A node in the information network of civilization. And the training? Brutal. Let's begin with the curriculum. Forget electives. Forget follow your passion. The Adaba was a factory and you were the clay. Your day began early. Morning sun baking the courtyard. You sat with your clay tablet, your stylus, your aching hands, and you copied, over and over, words, symbols, numbers. At first, you'd copy simple things, lists, signs, word pairs. You'd learn that sheep looks like this, that king looks like that, then sentences, then legal phrases, then epic poetry. By the end, you weren't just writing the language. You were writing the culture, imprinting Sumer onto Sumer, because the scribes didn't just record the world, they maintained it. If the temple had no scribe, how would the god receive offerings? If the city had no scribe, how would land be measured? If the market had no scribe, how would contracts be enforced? If the king had no scribe, how would his orders last longer than his breath? The scribe was civilization's memory, its hard drive. And the Adaba? That was the install center. But the process? Grueling. One student tablet, now in a museum, records this exchange. Why were you late to school? My teacher beat me. Why did he beat you? Because I did not recite properly. It's not anecdote. It's protocol. Beatings were part of the curriculum. Corporal punishment wasn't just discipline. It was considered pedagogically effective. The rod, the cane, the lash, they were tools of instruction. You didn't just learn writing. You learned obedience. To authority. To hierarchy. To form. The Adaba didn't just teach how to write. It taught how to exist inside a system. A structured universe where order flowed from gods to kings to priests to scribes to the clay beneath their hands. Scribal students had to master Sumerian, a language already becoming archaic in their own time. They had to memorize lexical lists, glossaries of words arranged by topic. Animals, plants, body parts, tools, professions, stars. These lists weren't casual. They were ideological databases. To learn them was to absorb the worldview of your civilization. To not learn them was to drift into irrelevance. Because a scribe wasn't just literate. He was literate in cosmology. Every word had weight. Every symbol, a genealogy. You couldn't just write bread. You had to know its variations. Its ritual context. Its economic weight in the ration system. Its poetic metaphor in the hymns to Enlil. The Adaba didn't teach in isolation. It connected to everything. To temples where scribes recorded offerings. To courts where scribes transcribed oaths. To the military where scribes counted weapons, men, losses. To irrigation where scribes tracked labor and water rights. To death where scribes etched names to keep souls alive. To myth where scribes preserved the divine logic that undergirded the whole thing. And yet, despite its gravity, school life could also be playful. Some student tablets show jokes, caricatures, mistakes etched and corrected, poems written with flair. There's even evidence of school rivalries, scribes mocking other schools. One poem reads, "The scribes of Nippur are as dumb as donkeys. They cannot spell their own names." Sumerian academic burns. Proof that even in the strictest of systems, humanity leaks through. Teachers called Umiya strict, but sometimes affectionate. Parents paid fees, sent gifts, prayed for their son's success. Because a successful scribe was a ticket to power. Not kingship, perhaps, but influence, access, legacy. In one text, a proud scribe boasts, "I can write the names of kings. I can name the stars. I can recite the sacred laws. I am a scribe. I am the hand of civilization." It wasn't arrogance. It was identity. But here's the twist. Even as scribes learned to write, what they were writing was vanishing. Sumerian, as a spoken language, was dying, replaced by Akkadian. But in the Adaba, Sumerian lived on. Like Latin, in medieval monasteries. Dead in the streets. Immortal in the script. The schools became time machines, preserving a world that no longer existed, producing scribes who could read a past that even their parents couldn't understand. And that's the paradox. The more advanced the system became, the more it relied on a language no one actually spoke. The Adaba didn't adapt. It ossified. Because it wasn't about communication, it was about preservation. And perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. It didn't teach students how to survive the future. It taught them how to replicate the past. Over and over. Like a ritual. Like a chant. Like writing the same tablet until you couldn't feel your fingers. And yet we owe them everything. Without the Adaba, there is no Sumerian legacy. No epic of Gilgamesh. No tablets. No contracts. No king lists. No hymns. Without the scribes, the civilization that invented civilization would have vanished. They were the archivists of time. Their training was severe. Their tools were crude. Their hands were blistered. But their reach? Eternal. And as we set down our own styluses for a moment, breathing in the dust of 10,000 forgotten schools, we begin to ask the next logical question. How did they do math? Because writing is only half of the system. The other half, the one still encoded in our clocks, in our geometry, in our economics, was a number. A strange one. 60. The next great Sumerian mystery. Why base their number system on Sexagesimal? The Sumerian number system, Sexagesimal. Let's play a game. Count to 10. Easy, right? Now count to 60. A little slower, still manageable. Now divide that 60 by 3, by 4, by 5, by 6. Still clean numbers. Still whole. Still friendly. That's the secret. That's the trick. That's the Sumerian way. While most of the ancient world eventually standardized around the base 10 system, the one you're using right now with your fingers drumming on this device, the Sumerians said, 10 is cute, but have you tried 60? Not 6. Not 12. 60. Sexagesimal. A system that seems bizarre to modern eyes, but hides behind nearly everything we use today. Why does a circle have 360 degrees? Why are there 60 minutes in an hour? 60 seconds in a minute? Why does time feel mechanical, industrialized, exact? Because it's Sumerian. The Sumerians didn't just invent timekeeping. They invented mathematical infrastructure. And it started with this strange, elegant, powerful base 60 system. Let's unpack it. Why 60? It's not random. 60 is a mathematical sweet spot. It's the smallest number divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Also 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30. That kind of flexibility is gold in a civilization built on trade, measurement, and ritual timing. Need to divide a field among 6 farmers? Easy. Need to track the phases of the moon? Clean divisions. Need to split rations, weigh silver, calculate temple donations? 60 is your best friend. But how did they do it? Let's dive into the clay. The Sumerians used cuneiform to write numbers, just like they did with language. But their numerals had 2 primary symbols, a vertical wedge for 1 and a corner wedge for 10. Like digital Lego, they stacked them. 1 vertical wedge equals 1. 10 corner wedges equals 10. Stack 6 corner wedges and you get 60. But here's where it gets wild. They had no zero, no placeholder. You had to infer meaning from context. Was that 2 wedges and 3 corner marks a 23? Or was it 2 times 60 plus 30 equals 150? Only by reading the whole tablet could you decode the value. It was positional math like our modern decimal system, but without the visual anchor of 0. It worked, but it was a high-trust system. You had to be trained. You had to be a scribe. This wasn't peasant arithmetic. It was elite code. And it wasn't just for counting sheep. They used Sexagesimal for astronomy, geometry, commerce, and temple logistics. This is where it gets awe-inspiring. They could calculate areas of irregular fields, volumes of grain in silos, compound interest, lunar cycles. They knew the square root of 2 to a startling degree of precision over 1,000 years before Pythagoras. They had multiplication tables, reciprocal tables, even algebraic problem sets. And all of it in 60. They did this with styluses and tablets. No calculators. No computers. Just logic, pattern recognition, and a system that made math modular. Base 60 wasn't just a tool. It was a philosophy. Because the Sumerians weren't doing math for fun. They were doing it for order. To organize the chaos of reality. To track the untrackable. To impose structure on the cosmos. And this structure shows up everywhere. Take time. Sumerian astronomers divided the day and night into 12 double hours. Each of those hours into 30 parts. That's 360 parts in total. A full circle. A full year. A closed system. This isn't coincidence. It's design. They linked time, space, motion, and ritual into a single numerical logic. And that logic still rules you. Every time you check the clock. Every time you set an alarm. Every time your GPS tells you to turn 90 degrees. You're doing Sumerian math. And you didn't even notice. Let's zoom out. What kind of mind builds this? What kind of civilization says, we need to invent not just a number system, but one that encodes universal divisibility? A mind obsessed with precision, with repeatability, with administration. This isn't mystical math. It's civil math. The math of laws and boundaries. The math of temple tithes and royal land grants. In a world where gods demand exactness and kings demand compliance, your numbers better be bulletproof. Sexagesimal was their answer, but it also introduced complexity. Learning it wasn't intuitive. It wasn't quick. You had to train for years to become a human calculator. That's why math was a scribal function, handled by experts. The ancient spreadsheets of Sumer weren't scribbled on the back of envelopes. They were chiseled into eternity. And this brings us to a deeper question. Did they choose 60? Or did they inherit it? Some scholars believe the sexagesimal system evolved from combining two earlier systems, a base 10 system and a base 12 system. Hands have 10 fingers. But each finger has 3 segments. 3 segments times 4 fingers equals 12. 12 times 5 equals 60. Was this anatomical? Was it observational? Did early priests notice the moon cycles 12 per year and link it to time? Or did it come from somewhere older? From the Ubaid culture? From an earlier unnamed civilization? The origin of Sexagesimal is, like so many things Sumerian, uncertain. But its impact is absolute. And it wasn't just local. Babylon inherited it. Assyria used it. Greece was influenced by it. It passed through Alexandria, into Islamic mathematics, and finally into modern science. The number 60? It never left. It just went digital. But here's the part that still haunts. The Sumerians used math not just for function, but for cosmic architecture. They believed numbers had divine properties, that the gods themselves operated by numerical codes. That fate could be calculated. Not escaped, but predicted. And that's the root of it all. Sexagesimal wasn't just a clever system. It was faith in form. A belief that the universe itself had a logic. And if you knew the logic, you could live in alignment with it. That's why Sumerian kings didn't just wage war or pass laws. They had to calculate omens, to build temples in proportion, to erect cities in grids, to write hymns with numerical symmetry. Numbers were more than tools. They were truth. And the greatest truth of all? That order is always temporary. Even in a base 60 world, the math eventually breaks. The rivers flood. The stars misalign. The tablets crumble. And the system, no matter how elegant, falls. Which brings us to the heart of it. Why did the Sumerians, with all their math and maps and cosmic codes, write multiple creation myths? Why tell the story of the world's beginning in different ways? What does it mean when a culture that worships structure lets discrepancy into its genesis? That's the next Sumerian mystery. The discrepancies in creation myths. The discrepancies in creation myths. In the beginning there was... what? Water? Darkness? A mountain? A word? A god? A committee of gods? The Sumerians weren't quite sure. Or maybe they were, but they didn't care to lock it down. Because while later civilizations codified their origin stories into single, unbreakable narratives, the Sumerians looked at creation and shrugged, then wrote it 5 different ways. They weren't being sloppy. They were being Sumerian, which means layered, political, theological, and deeply pragmatic. And if you're looking for a neat Genesis-style creation myth, brace yourself. This isn't a book of beginnings. It's a symphony of contradictions. Let's start with the first version. The Eridu Genesis. This is the one most scholars lean on. In it, the gods create humanity to relieve themselves of toil, farming, irrigation, the whole sweaty business of keeping a civilization running. Humans are made from clay standard Mesopotamian fare but animated by divine will. They're not born out of love. They're born out of logistics, created not to be free, but to serve. It's the original HR manual. Then comes the flood, because the humans grow loud, too loud. And the gods, apparently, prefer silence. So they wipe the slate. One Mansyusudra builds a boat. The gods let him live. He survives, makes offerings, and is granted eternal life. That's the first version. Now enter version 2, the myth of Enki and Ninhursag. In this tale, the world begins in Dilmun, a kind of proto-paradise. There is no sickness, No aging, no death. It's pure, pristine, uncluttered by humans. Until Enki shows up. The god of water, wisdom, and impulse control issues. He fertilizes the land and a series of goddesses bringing fertility, life, and, ultimately, imbalance. He becomes sick from his excess. Ninhursag heals him by creating more gods from his aching body parts. One for each pain. A toe god. A rib goddess. You get the idea. Creation here is surgical, anatomical, divine therapy session turned myth. But it's not about humanity. It's about the gods. Which brings us to the next version. The myth of Enki and Ninmah. This one's more of a design sprint. The gods are overworked again. They decide to make humans. So Enki and Ninmah play god engineers. They create humans from clay mixed with divine blood. But there's a twist. They get creative. They make deformed humans, crippled, blind, sterile, mute. Each time, Ninmah presents her creation, and Enki tries to find a use for it. The message? Even the flawed have function. Even imperfection has purpose. It's the world's first lesson in inclusion, and possibly the earliest HR training manual disguised as theology. But again, no flood, no paradise, no linear storyline, just alternate logic. Now enter the Kesh Temple hymn. This one's subtle, less story, more structure. It describes the creation of cities, temples, and cosmic order. How gods assigned roles, duties, domains. Creation here isn't about forming humans from mud. It's about installing bureaucracy, assigning functions, establishing the divine operating system. If the other myths are drama, this one is infrastructure. It doesn't explain why humans exist. It explains how the system was brought online. And finally, there's Enuma Elish. Technically Babylonian, but deeply indebted to Sumerian cosmology. In it, Marduk rises from a younger generation of gods, slays Tiamat the primordial chaos serpent and splits her body into the heavens and the earth. Creation through violence, through divine coup, through blood. It's less origin story and more hostile takeover. But its DNA traces back to Sumer, to the constant theme of disorder versus order, of power rearranging the cosmos. So we're left with a problem. Multiple creation myths, different gods, different mechanisms, different intentions. What gives? Was it a lack of consensus? A theological free-for-all? Or something else? Let's break it down. First, Sumer wasn't a unified empire. It was a patchwork of city-states, each with its own patron deity, own temple, own priesthood, own agenda. Nippur told one version, Eridu another, Lagash a third, and none of them were interested in being overridden. Myth was territorial. Your god created the world? Cute. Mine built the rivers. And the ziggurats. And probably invented writing. These weren't bedtime stories. They were political manifestos, sacred press releases. A creation myth wasn't just about where the world came from. It was about why this city matters. Why this temple has divine right. Why this priest has power. So the differences? They're intentional. They're declarations of local authority. Each myth reinforces a particular god's importance, a particular city's place in the cosmic hierarchy. But that's only the first layer. Because the Sumerians were not fundamentalists. They were pluralists. Their world wasn't binary. It was modular, expandable. Contradictions weren't threats. They were features. So you can have one myth, where humans are divine clay dolls. Another where they're broken toys. Another where they're logistical relief. And it's all true. All simultaneously. Myth, to them, was not an answer. It was a framework. A toolkit. You used different stories for different needs. A priest needed the version where humans served the gods. A king needed the version where kingship descended from heaven. A farmer needed the version where Enki watered the fields. They weren't asking, what happened? They were asking, what fits? This is critical, because it reframes what myth even is. Not a historical account, but a calibration mechanism. You adjust the story to align with reality, or to change reality. Which leads to a darker question. What if the differences between myths were not just local or theological? What if they were temporal? What if they reflect shifts in memory? Eras overwritten? Histories retold? If so, then the myths are not just variations. They're stratigraphy, layers, each one buried under the next. Each one reshaping the last, and underneath it, all perhaps a lost truth. One that never got written. A creation myth that predated writing itself, told only in gesture, in ritual, in the architecture of temples long erased. What did that story sound like? What did it claim? Who did it exalt? We'll never know, but its fingerprints remain. In the overlaps, the contradictions, the repeated motifs of clay, divine blood, suffering, and order. And maybe that's the final lesson. That creation isn't a single moment. It's a recurring condition. A process that must be rejustified every generation. Repackaged, retold, reinscribed on the tablets of power. And when that power is challenged, when the cosmic order frays, when even the gods lose control, that's when rebellion brews. Not in heaven, not on earth, but somewhere in between, among the Igigi. Minor gods with major grievances. The next Sumerian mystery, the Great Revolt of the Igigi. The Great Revolt of the Igigi. Before revolution was a banner, before uprising was a hashtag, there was the sound of thunder in heaven. Not from the gods above, not from mortals below, but from the middle class of the divine, the laborers of the pantheon, the anonymous backbone of celestial bureaucracy. They were called the Igigi. And one day, they broke. Because even in heaven, the system can only stretch so far. And when the gods build an empire, someone has to carry the bricks. Someone has to dig the canals of fate. And someone eventually gets tired. Let's set the scene. The divine hierarchy in Sumerian and later Akkadian mythology is rigid. At the top, the Anunnaki, the major gods, the ones who decree destinies, receive worship, and live in temples with incense and song. Below them, the Igigi, lesser gods, not minor in power necessarily, but in status. They didn't get temples. They didn't get prayers. They got tasks. Their job? Maintain the world. The cosmic maintenance crew. They moved stars. They measured rivers. They regulated seasons, wind, soil, and, most brutally, they dug the canals. Yes, literally. In one of the most astonishing moments in ancient literature, the gods admit it. The world, in its early phase, was a construction site, and the Igigi were overworked. For thousands of years, literally, they served without complaint. But something changed. Maybe it was one assignment too many. Maybe it was the lack of promotion. Maybe someone spilled divine coffee on their celestial blueprints. But eventually, they snapped. They revolted. This isn't metaphor. This is myth as labor strike. Recorded in the Atrahasis epic, a Babylonian-era tale with strong Sumerian roots, The revolt is presented with shocking clarity. The Igigi gather. They plot. They burn their tools. They surround the house of Enlil, the king of the gods. They do what no mortal dares. They stage a protest. It is described as a siege. They camp at his gate. They chant. They throw down their shovels. The gods panic. Who is responsible for this? No answer. The Igigi speak with one voice. It is not sabotage. It is a demand. They will not work anymore. The Anunnaki hold a council. They argue. And then Enki, the god of wisdom and watery subversion, offers a solution. Don't force the Igigi back to work. Replace them. Create a new species. One that doesn't complain. One that doesn't need worship or reward. One that can dig ditches, carry baskets, and die. Humans. Yes. In this version of the myth, we are created because the gods needed scabs. We are divine labor outsourcing. Not made in love. Not made in awe. Made to shovel divine dirt and die quietly. And the Igigi? They're freed. Their rebellion succeeds. They retire from fieldwork and return to their celestial observatories, their minor orbits, their passive roles in the heavens. It's the most successful strike in mythological history. But it's also damning. Because in this myth, humanity is not chosen. We are delegated. Given the burden of labor that the gods no longer wanted, we are the outcome of divine compromise. The consolation species. That changes everything. It recasts our relationship with the divine. Not children, not subjects, subcontractors. You feel it in the tone of Sumerian religion. It was never about love. It was about duty. About meeting quotas of grain and prayer. About not screwing up the rituals that keep the world spinning. About feeding the gods so they don't punish you. This myth explains that mood, because our very origin was born from resentment. But there's a twist. The Igigi don't vanish after the revolt. They continue to show up in star charts, in omens, in roles as watchers. They become observers, not operators. But they never forget, and perhaps neither do we. Because the idea that the world was built on broken backs, that someone had to suffer so others could rise, that's not just history. That's foundational. In Sumer, in myth, in economy, and in the deepest corners of human psychology. And what's more unsettling, that the gods made us to relieve their suffering, but didn't tell us. They just handed us the shovel and walked away. Which raises a question. Is the Igigi revolt a mythor? A memory? Could it be a compressed version of an older, even more ancient story? Of a real revolt? Of a class of beings divine, human, or other who refused their chains? Was the myth a retelling of something politically dangerous, coded in metaphor to survive? And why preserve it? Why allow a story where the divine order fails to remain in circulation? Perhaps because even the gods needed to remind themselves, power is not absolute. It must be managed, renewed, justified. That's the chilling brilliance of the myth. It doesn't destroy divine authority. It updates it. It says, we made a mistake. We corrected it. We gave the rebels what they wanted. We moved on. But the undertone is clear. The gods felt pressure. Enough to compromise. And if they did it once, they might do it again. That's the seed of hope embedded in the tale. A whisper that revolt is not always crushed. Sometimes it wins. But what happens when you base your civilization on replacements? What happens when the tools used to build the world begin to ask questions? What happens when clay learns to think? That's the next Sumerian mystery. Where did all that metal come from? Because Sumer had gold. copper, tin, silver. But their land was poor in ore. So the question remains, what was the source of Sumerian metals? The source of Sumerian metals. The cities of Sumer rose from the ground like a fever. Dream Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, Urich, one a mosaic of mudbrick, temple, bureaucracy, and belief. And threading through it all like a nervous system of power was metal. Gold to dazzle the gods. Silver to tally debts. Copper to shape tools and weapons. And later, bronze harder, sharper, more permanent. Metal was civilization made solid. But here's the problem. Southern Mesopotamia, cradle of Sumer, was rich in silt, in water, in sun. But poor in metal. Painfully, pathetically poor. No native copper. No silver mines. No tin. No veins of ore hiding beneath the ziggurats. And yet, they had metal in abundance. They buried queens in golden headdresses. They equipped soldiers with copper-tipped spears. They filled temples with silver bowls and bronze statues. Their artisans worked with precision, variety, and flair. So where did it all come from? That question is not just economic. It is existential. Because without metal, there is no real Sumerian state. No accounting system that tracks tribute in silver. No standardized weights and measures. No ceremonial axes for kings. No durable tools for farming or conquest. Without metal, the machinery of their divine order rusts to a halt. So how did a civilization with no mines build a world glittering with forged power? Let's start with copper. Copper was the first metal they mastered. Soft, red, and abundant, just not locally. So they imported it. From the east. From the land of Magan, possibly modern-day Oman, or parts of southeastern Iran. From Dilmuna trading hub, likely located in modern-day Bahrain. These weren't just trading partners. They were lifelines. Magan, in particular, was referenced in Sumerian texts as a place of copper mountains, brought under control by kings like Naram-Sin. Ships arrived from Magan, stacked with ore. But this was no minor trade. It was logistical orchestration on a massive scale. We're talking seafaring trade routes, port infrastructure, diplomatic agreements, or military occupation, all managed without the wheel for sea transport, without cranes, without industrial mining equipment. Just raw will, ingenuity, and beast of burden economics. And copper wasn't the only metal. There was silver. Silver, which doesn't occur in pure nuggets, but must be extracted from Oreophan lead or copper ores like galena. Sumerian texts reference silver from Anshan and Arata, distant and half-mythical lands to the east. But how did they even know where to get silver? They couldn't Google mineral deposits. They didn't have geological surveys. So either they experimented endlessly until they cracked the chemistry of extraction. They inherited knowledge from older, unknown metallurgists. Or they stumbled on it by accident, tone fire too hot, one furnace too curious, and molten silver trickling from rock. And then comes tin, the real mystery metal. Because tin was rare even in the ancient world. Essential for making Bronzian alloy of copper and tin, but elusive in the archaeological record. Unlike copper and silver, tin leaves less trace. And yet, by 3000 BCE, Sumerians were making bronze tools, which means they had tin. But from where? Possible sources include the Iranian Plateau, the Hindu Kush, the Taurus Mountains, Central Asia, even as far as Cornwall in Britain, though that's likely later. But no one agrees on a consistent, proven source. Tin is the ghost metal of Mesopotamia. Essential, ubiquitous, and almost never found in situ, which leads to a strange hypothesis. What if tin wasn't mined locally at all? What if it was traded through massive, long-distance networks, passing through dozens of hands before it reached Sumer. If so, the Sumerians weren't just farmers and priests. They were global logisticians, managing material chains that spanned continents. They didn't just build the first cities. They built the first supply chains. And the proof is in the texts. Clay tablets detail shipments of metals, weights of ingots, cargo manifests. They measured copper by the mana unit equal to around 500 grams. They recorded silver weights in ledgers that still survive. This wasn't ad hoc barter. It was bureaucratized extraction. And that means metallurgy wasn't just technological. It was political. The king who controlled the metal controlled the narrative, controlled the weapons, the tools, the rituals. Without metal, there is no divine statue to embody the god. Without bronze, there is no plow for barley, no axe for wood, no spear for war. Metal was power, and that power flowed from places outside Sumer, places that the Sumerians sometimes mythologized like Arata. In the epic tales of Enmerkar and Lugalbanda, Arata is described as a glittering city in the mountains, filled with precious metals, lapis lazuli, and sophistication. But Arata might not be real. It might be a memory, or a metaphor, or a place that once existed and vanished without a trace. But if it was real, it would mean that the earliest metallurgy came not from Sumer but from somewhere older, somewhere richer in ore, somewhere more advanced in smelting, and Sumer simply inherited the skill, refined it, documented it, monetized it. That's one of the unsettling possibilities here, that the Sumerians didn't invent metallurgy, they just perfected the paperwork, which would fit their pattern. They didn't invent agriculture, but they systematized it. They didn't invent pottery, but they cataloged it. They didn't invent storytelling, but they wrote it down. They were not the first. They were the first to make it official. And metal was a cornerstone of that official world. But the deeper question remains. Who dug the ore? Who carried the ingots? Who smelted the first crucible of copper in the shadow of a mountain we no longer remember? Some say it was the Ubaid culture. Others say it was nomadic metallurgistan, invisible profession whose fingerprints are scattered but unclaimed. Still others whisper of forgotten civilizations, ones that rose and fell before clay tablets, ever hardened in Sumer's sun. So the source of Sumerian metals isn't just about trade. It's about deep time, about inheritance, about how every civilization stands on the shoulders of the unnamed, the undocumented, the lost. And as we descend into the last layers of Sumer's golden age, we begin to see the outlines of collapse, of supply chains breaking, of trade routes going quiet, of enemies no longer negotiated with, but invading. Which brings us to the final question. The last great puzzle. How does a civilization that invented civilization end? That's the next mystery. The collapse of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, Ur-3. The collapse of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, Ur-3. It began like the end of a song, not with a scream but with a note held just a little too long until the silence underneath began to swallow it. The Neo-Sumerian Empire, also known as the Third Dynasty of Urvas, the final, brilliant encore of a civilization that had already lived 1,000 years. It was supposed to be a restoration, a second golden age, a return to the days when kings were gods and gods were predictable. But instead, it became a code of final act, filled with grandeur, anxiety, and an overwhelming sense of something closing. The empire rose around 2112 BCE under the rule of Ur-Nammu, a king whose name still echoes like a drumbeat in ancient stone. He built ziggurats, issued law codes, tamed canals. He wasn't just a ruler, he was a constructor. Under his reign and that of his son Shulgi, Ur became the center of the known world. The empire stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Zagros Mountains, from the fringes of Elam to the edge of Akkadian lands. It was all mapped, taxed, logged. This was a civilization drunk on order. They wrote everything down: how much barley was stored, how many goats were sacrificed, how many bricks were used in the wall of a temple that no longer exists. The bureaucracy of Earth 3 was not just vast. It was obsessive. It recorded dreams, omens, hymns, letters, insults, and invoices. And yet, despite all the planning, all the building, all the rituals and records and rituals recorded, the empire fell. Not overnight, but fast enough that the scribes noticed the shift in the air. So what happened? Let's trace the fractures. First, environmental collapse. The southern plains of Mesopotamia depended entirely on irrigation. The Tigris and Euphrates were the twin arteries of Sumerian life, but they were also erratic, violent, vengeful. And the land? Salted. Literally. Centuries of over-irrigation had raised the water table and brought salt to the surface. Yields plummeted. Fields turned white and cracked. Barley, the backbone of Sumerian agriculture, began to fail. They switched to wheat. Then nothing. No grain, no surplus. No surplus, no taxes. No taxes, no empire. This wasn't just bad luck. It was ecological suicide. And the scribes, those faithful witnesses, recorded it, not as environmental science, but as divine punishment. The gods were angry. The temples had erred. Someone had messed up the rituals. Which brings us to fracture 2, religious legitimacy. Ur-3 wasn't just an empire. It was a theocracy. The king wasn't just a king, he was a divine appointee, sometimes even divine himself. Shulgi claimed godhood. He wrote hymns about his own divinity. He reformed the priesthood, centralized worship. But in doing so, he also centralized blame. When the rivers misbehaved, when the crops died, when the omens turned sour, there was only one target: the king. Gods make easy rulers. They also make easy scapegoats. And by the time of Ibisin, the last king of Ur, the writing was literally on the wall. He was blamed for everything, and he couldn't stop it. Which leads to fracture 3, foreign pressure. Sumer had always been a magnetic field for outsiders. Nomads, traders, enemies. The Amorites were one such group, semi-nomadic, Akkadian-speaking tribes from the west. At first, they were integrated, used as laborers, mercenaries, servants. But over time, they swelled in number. And they weren't just passing through, they were settling, clogging the roads, the canals, the edges of the cities. They didn't speak Sumerian. They didn't always respect Sumerian temples or kingship. And they weren't easily taxed. That made them dangerous. Then came the Elamites from the mountains to the east. Unlike the Amorites, they didn't want to settle. They wanted to raid, to conquer, to loot. And in the final days of Ur-3, they did just that. They swept into Sumer like a tidal wave of steel and fire, dismantling the administrative machine brick by bureaucratic brick. They sacked Ur, tore down its temples, carried off its king in chains. The final records from the era are bleak. The Lamentations for Ur, a series of poems, written in the voice of the city itself, describe its destruction as a cosmic crime. The gods weep. The walls burn. The streets are filled with blood and dust. It's not just history. It's apocalypse. But here's the twist. The empire wasn't entirely erased. The language survived. The rituals were preserved. Even as political control shattered, the idea of Sumer lingered. Its writing system, cuneiform, was adopted by successor states. its myths passed down, its gods worshipped by new names and new temples. But the cities? Abandoned. The ziggurats? Cracked and overgrown. The bureaucracy? Gone. The empire that wrote everything could not save itself. Because in the end, even the most perfectly filed empire cannot survive a collapsing ecosystem, religious decay, foreign invasion, and economic implosion. And so it ended. With scribes still writing, with priests still praying, with kings still pretending. Until, one day, silence. No more tablets. No more hymns. Just whined over ruins. The last flickers of a people who gave us the first word. And now, thousands of years later, we ask ourselves, was Sumer a miracle? A mistake? A warning? Or a prologue? Because even as their empire died, their influence didn't. It metastasized into Babylon, into Assyria, into our calendars, our geometry, our dreams. The Sumerians are gone, but their mysteries are not. 30 of them, still echoing in clay and code and myth, still whispering from beneath the soil, still daring us to understand a civilization that understood everything except how to save itself. Fade out, clay dust, distant thunder.